we will be going live with the dedication to Taylor Fetrow, but we will be here all day. We have snacks, we have drinks, we'll have hot dogs, chips, so come and go if you want. It is cooled down here to about 75 degrees, so don't worry about the heat outside. But at 10 o'clock, we'll be dedicating this wall to Taylor Fetrow, and then every half hour after that, we'll be doing live interviews. So check out our website, our YouTube channel, our Facebook page as well. So if you want to come out, if you're out, we got food, bring the kids. It'll be a great time. We have plenty of space to spread out. So come out and join us 10 o'clock sharp, and we'll go with the Taylor Fetrow dedication. We'll see you today. Hey, good morning, everyone. Hey, this is a great day for us. This is our first open house for our new 8,000 square foot warehouse. We just moved from 2,000 square feet to this climate-controlled 8,000 square foot warehouse. We're excited that you're here with us. We have people here with us in person and then hopefully around the world. The first thing we want to do is we want to dedicate this wall. First of all, I want to introduce the Taylor family. What I say?
You do it all the time. Fetrow.
I joke around, that's why I said it. The Fetrow family. We have become friends with them over the years. I would say probably 8 years ago, I met Taylor at Extreme Camp, and we became very close friends through that. Taylor was diagnosed with Duchenne, did I pronounce that right? Muscular dystrophy at a young age. And through that, he was unable to walk very well on his own. And through that, I became friends with Taylor by going over to his house, picking him up, taking him places. Buffalo Wild Wings was our go-to restaurant. Taylor loves sports. If you knew Taylor, he knew every sports that, even if you wanted to hear it or not, he would tell you. We joked around a lot. He became one of my closest friends. The one thing that I loved about Taylor is he never complained. He would always ask about my family, always remind me how tall Owen was going to be, and that he had to be a Maverick. He had to be on the Mavericks. So through that, though, I became friends with the whole family. Stephanie and Chris are the example of what parents are supposed to be, loving their kids through thick and thin. They went through extraordinary times, and they just loved, and it was an example to me on how to love your family. And through that, I think a lot of people were blessed, not just to know Taylor, but to know the Fetrows. And it's an honor for me to dedicate this section of our warehouse. It's called the DME section, which is our wheelchairs, our walkers, our shower chairs. And I don't think of a better representative for this part of the warehouse than for Taylor. So this right now, from here on out, and then when we move to our permanent warehouse, it will be known as Taylor's Corner in honor of Taylor. He right now is in heaven, dunking Jesus as we speak, and for a timeout, and he ain't giving him one. He's waited so long that he ain't giving him a timeout. And I'm so excited about that. You know, at first I wanted to be with Taylor, but that's selfish of me because now he is with a new body, and he's excited, and he's getting to do everything that he's always wanted to do. And I'm happier today because of that. I know it's hard sometimes, but we got to look at, you know, he wouldn't want to come back at all. And so I'm thankful for that. I'm going to let Stephanie say a few words real fast, and then we're going to dedicate the wall.
So I just want to thank Mission Regan because they have been such a strong supporter of us. Anytime we needed something quickly that our insurance or Medicaid couldn't get, I could call Josh, and he was like, yep, we got it, or we'll get it. And besides friendship, just the support. And being able to support Mission Regan through our business and through just the legacy that Taylor has is just amazing for us, and appreciate this. Thank you.
Chris, you want to say anything?
I would add to that, or repeat that, really. You know, Mission Regan has been there for us. Josh has been there for us and for Taylor. The people I see out here were great friends to Taylor, which made it, you know, just a great support system and made him feel never left out or uncared for. So it's a great organization to back and be behind.
And he would love this. He got to help in the previous warehouse. We had a day that we brought a bunch of people from our workout, and I don't think he did a whole lot of work.
He talked a lot. He talked
a lot. And he picked on you a lot. Yep. He picked on Josh a lot, which is kind of what they did. But this would thrill him to know and to see the growth that y'all have been able to do.
Does anybody want to say anything? Good? Okay. All right. So with that, we're going to dedicate this wall now, and then when we move into our permanent warehouse, we're going to have a bigger painting of Taylor to actually dedicate it. So if you want, and if y'all just want to grab and pull out a little bit, and then just pull it down gently.
I pulled too gently.
They're supposed to be McKinney colors, but they got a little light.
That's okay.
Right. Our boy Taylor.
All right. Josh, will you let them know?
Yes. Hey guys, every half hour till 7 o'clock, we're gonna have live interviews. But come on out. We're gonna have hot dogs, chips. We have food, snacks, drinks. It is climate controlled in here now, so it's not 100 degrees out like it is outside. So come on out. We have plenty of space. You can spread out and just come and have a good time. So thank y'all very much. We'll see you at 10:30.
Very good.
All right, guys, welcome back. Thank y'all for tuning in. I am honored to introduce some of my favorite people on this planet. I got Jim Larkin Sr. and Jim Larkin Jr. Jim Larkin Jr. is one of my best friends. We've been through a lot together. Also, Papa Jim, a lot of y'all know him as Papa Jim. Thank y'all for being here today, for coming out to the open house in Mission Regan. Just go ahead and tell us a little bit about yourself, your names, and how y'all heard about Mission Regan.
We started out at First Baptist, and we were sitting in class, and I said, I realized I don't have to go to Africa to make an impact in the world. And they pulled me, looked over from 2 or 3 down and said, I'd like to get you to Africa. And I thought, no way. Then 11 months later, I was on a plane to Africa with Josh. So we just got introduced to Mission Regan for that. We did a trip in 2018 and 2019 to Zambia, and we've just been coming up here to participate. I get to the privilege of serving on the board with Josh and getting to do life with them as they help other people.
Well, I'm Jimmy's dad, and I got to know about Mission Regan through my wife, Berla, who passed away with MS. And prior to her passing, she had a lot of special needs, and Jimmy introduced me to the concept of ask and it shall be given, and I asked and it was given. That's how I got to know Mission Regan. They said the next question is when and why you donated your supplies to Mission Regan?
We haven't had as many supplies to donate. We've been able to partner financially and with our time, specifically mostly to Mission Regan Zambia. We're trying to get a clinic built in Barneston, Zambia, to serve the underprivileged folks there that we go and serve every year. So one of the deals was, 700 miles away. These people exist 52 weeks a year, but only 1 week of the year do we get to take them medical care. And so that's where we've been able to participate most of our time. My wife, Elizabeth, comes often and serves here in the warehouse. And we've been able to serve with our time, not just in the warehouse, but on the board, through the gala, and other things. So that's been the majority of our donation. So
I'm thinking of that, but like Elizabeth, Jim's wife, is huge help with like the gala committee. She's a gala chair.
Yes.
She helped with the open house chair. So Elizabeth is one of our big volunteers. She spends a lot of time and effort getting these events. She was a big reason the gala was as big as it was last year. So huge.
And that's been one of our favorite things to do, is serve with our time and come up here and restore boxes, do the pallet racks, do whatever we need to do up here and at the warehouse. And it's been a fun time.
I've had the privilege of watching Jimmy and Elizabeth get excited about going to Africa for the last 3 years. And as a result, I was able to, Berla and I, my wife and I, were able to help a little bit to make that happen. Because I realized how important it was and what you were doing, and how many people you were helping. So I was able to get some of the warm, fuzzy glow from what y'all have seen in person, secondhand, through stories, through pictures, and through your accomplishments.
Well, I would say through the donations, with the equipment stuff, it has benefited a lot of people in our local community.
Verla specifically.
Yes, Verla, through that tragedy, whatever. A lot of people have been blessed through that. Like I said, the hospital beds, the big one, but the electric wheelchair has blessed somebody in this community. We get a lot of electric wheelchairs. Some of them they're in decent shape, whatever. This one was a special wheelchair that could lean all the way back, so they could lay in it. They wouldn't have parents wouldn't have to get them out all the time. It's kind of a smaller wheelchair, so it fit one of our residents in the Collin County area, which was a huge blessing. There's no way that they would have been able to do anything like this. So when I say life changer, through that lives were changed, and so we are so grateful that y'all did that for us. Or do the same.
And with Mom, we got from Mission Regan, we were able to get like Taylor's bed, so that Mom could lay there without getting bed sores, and that helped you. You were waking up how often trying to move her and keep her from getting bed sores.
Yeah, it was always changing as she became more bedridden. She had to be moved more often. So I believe we did 2 or 3 different iterations on the bed until we got
it right.
container pass.
Yeah.
And then y'all brought that over, and it worked perfectly and helped eliminate the possibility of the 12 pressure points for the bed solution form.
Yeah.
So that was a great blessing.
And that's one thing that we're very big on. We just don't. We're not about the numbers. We're about relationships. So we want, if we give an item and if we want to follow up and make sure that's working right. So if it's not doing you any good. Now it's just a. I mean, we follow up and just a house blessing. If it's not, we want to correct it. And I remember getting that delivering that hospital bed that had the airflow, and just to see the impact that made on you as well, because I know that you're tired, in your back and stuff. So that was through that, you got to see this kind of full circle, which I love to see. I love to see, through not tragedies, but just how God knows about it.
Well, you came and picked up, the electric wheelchair, the electric scooter, the travel wheelchair, the walker, the Hoyer lift, the Hoyer straps, the bed. There's a whole bunch of stuff that we were able to some of the stuff we redone and some of the stuff we were able to do. So.
What would you say Mission Regan as an organization means to you guys? What would you say?
Well, it was a game changer in the way that I was able to offer Berla care. We were blessed that we had resources, but at the times that you helped fill in the breach, and I can only imagine how those that don't have access to resources, how they struggle. And so when Berla passed, Jimmy and I both said it's a no-brainer. All this goes to Mission Regan.
See, that's the one thing too. Is a lot of people don't have, when somebody does pass, a lot of people don't pick up the beds and stuff. And that's why we want to take that burden off those families, off of those that have lost someone, because that burden is strenuous. And so we want to be that middleman to where you don't have to worry about it. We have a box truck where we could help sometimes come pick it up if we have to and things like that. We have the means to take that burden so you can focus on your family and your loved ones. And so what do you think of that?
Well, and Mom was in hospice for about 3 weeks, and one of the first nights, we thought it was going to be closer to the end, and Josh came over to stay with us. And I remember waking up one night, and Dad and I had both fallen asleep. My sister had fallen asleep, was back across the street with the girls, and Josh was in there making sure that Mom had her mouth swabbed, making sure that her. It's just, and then when everything did end up happening, Josh within a few days was there to help us get rid of stuff. So we didn't have to think about where do we take this medical equipment, where do we take these supplies. Josh was there ready to pick it up. And it was just, that's what Mission Regan is. It doesn't matter where you're from, what you look like, how much money you make, where you go to church. Josh is here to love on you. So it means the world to us.
What would you say to other people about Mission Regan and why would they want to support the work that you do? What would you say?
Well, I wish I had the numbers in front of me because we talk about numbers don't matter, but Mission Regan reaches I would say close to 1 million people just in Collin County very easily. They help reach people that can't afford or have very little access to durable medical equipment, healthcare, treatments, medications, whatever it is. And they don't expect anything in return. And the main focus is to share the love of Jesus with people. And I can't think of a better way to meet somebody in their most dire need than to give them what they need when they need it, and not make them worry about where they're going to get it from or how they're going to pay for it.
No requirements.
No requirements.
No requirements. You need it, we have it, it's yours.
Yep.
Somebody asks me why we don't have the requirements, and I always say, show me in the Bible where it says you need the requirements to get love.
Yeah.
And that is one thing that we live by. We will live by that. We will not change it. Like we were talking about numbers, 2 years ago we gave away about $45,000. Last year we did over $450,000.
What are we on track for?
Well, last year we gave locally and around the world. Last year we did $2.1 million. This year we're a little bit shorter because of the pandemic, but that means our local, we've been able to fill that gap from the nonprofits that haven't been able to keep their doors open. So we will hit over 500,000 easily this year. We may get close to 1 million here locally, which is huge.
And a lot of times people think that they don't have the specific thing that I need. We have countless stories of somebody calling saying, hey, we need this, and either right before they call or right after they call, we get it in stock. And so whatever it is, just call, and there will be a way. We will find a way to, if we can't, we'll find a way to get you in touch with someone.
I had a constant parade of occupational therapists, physical therapists, nurses, nurse practitioners, all the way down to the hospice care people. And everyone that came through my doors, I let them know about you. And I know that they were always out in the field, the mission field, helping people.
Yeah.
And then my cousin, when Berta passed away, she was a corporate communications director for Johnson & Johnson. They had a matching gift program.
Yeah.
And so Jimmy and I were able to magnify that gift in that fashion.
Awesome. That was huge. Thank you for that. So, is there anything else you guys want to share before we go?
I'm just brimful with happiness for all that y'all done. I love y'all.
You're right there. Papa Jim.
It's been 9 months since Berta passed away, and a lot has changed. But one thing that's constant is that I feel y'all's growth, and y'all's love, and the things you've done. And it's been great.
I would say if you have the ability to come and spend time up here, volunteer, help, you may think you're not qualified. You're qualified, and so please come up here and help. If it's sorting, if it's even just if you're really good at bossing people around, we can use that. That's when my wife comes up here.
That's true.
If you can, we would love to have financial support, but we really want people to be up here physically participating because sharing the love of Jesus is our primary goal. And if we don't do that, we're not being loving, no matter how much we give out, no matter how much we do. And so we'd love to partner with you. And just this is one of the most amazing organizations I've ever been a part of, and it truly is, because when you watch Josh love on somebody or Courtney love on somebody, it blows my mind how God equips certain people to do certain things. And like watching them love people who I don't know how to love them well, I learned how to love watching them guys. So thank you.
Okay. Hey, it's been an honor having you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
11 o'clock, we got the Box Project. We got the Crimpin family, another awesome family that's been to Zambia with us as well. We'll let them share their story. So that was it.
What's our goal for today?
Thank you. That's why she's my boss. Yeah. Our goal for today is to raise $25,000. So please, if you're able, go on our website. There's links all over our YouTube channel. Please feel free to donate. Any amount helps. You may not think it's important, but even the smallest amount adds up, and we can definitely use that to help. I mean, that's fuel that could help us get a small needed item to a local family member here. So please pray and consider partnering with us. You can also do monthly as well or corporate. So, hey, thank you guys. We'll see you in about 25 minutes.
15
minutes.
Is this when we start singing?
All right, hey, welcome back. It has been a great day so far. I get the privilege to be with some of my favorite families, the Crimpens. I have known Zane for quite a while, and he's by far one of my best friends. He has been with me through thick and thin, not through Mission Regan, but just on a personal journey. And I couldn't ask for a better friend, leader, mentor. Through him, though, I've got the privilege of meeting his family. Two incredible boys. Darylin is truly one of a kind. Thank you guys for being here today.
You're welcome.
If y'all would just take a few minutes. Oh, you're welcome. Just take a few minutes. Just tell us about yourself, give your names, and then how you heard about Mission Regan.
Right. I'm Zane Crimpen. This is my wife, Darylyn. This is Zayden and Xander. We met Josh, I guess it's been about 8 years ago. And through actually Soder Global Ministries, a group that I'm a part of. And Josh was able to come on board with that ministry and help provide medical supplies when kind of Mission Regan was just getting kicked off. And then from there, I guess the box project started. Just fast forward a few years. We were trying to figure it out 3 or 4 years now.
Before you get going on that, you want to introduce your family.
Oh, yeah. So, this is Zayden, Xander, Darylyn. Go ahead, Darylyn.
I'm Darylyn, and we're just so honored to be here with Josh and Courtney and Mission Regan. It's just what a great mission they have going here, and for our family to be a part of that, it's just really something special to us. So we're happy to be here and be able to share our love for this for Mission Regan.
What are some of the things that you guys have done with Mission Regan, whether it be trips or volunteering, things like that? What are some of the experiences y'all had with us?
Well, so God blessed us with the opportunity to travel to Zambia and be able to be a part of that mission trip. And I'm going to tell you, that was truly life-changing for me. And I'm not going to speak for Zane, but I'm pretty sure it was for him too. But that was an amazing just opportunity to go and spread the love of Jesus, but then also, provide medical care. And we were able to do that. We had that opportunity to do that together, Zane and I, because of Mission Regan. So that's what sticks out in my mind as probably my most favorite thing that I've done with Mission Regan so far.
Yeah, and on top of that, we get to come to the warehouse now. The new warehouse is amazing. I think we've been a part of it now since y'all moved twice. Yeah. The boys have been a part of helping organize things, package things, unpackage medical supplies. So that part's been truly amazing. Even our church group folks have been able to be involved with that. That's I guess from the trip, from going somewhere to just doing something here locally, it's just been phenomenal.
Yeah, it's incredible. Speaking of the trip, it's a medical mission trip, but Darylyn's a teacher by trade, and so she got the opportunity to teach one of the classes there, and just what a blessing it was to have them along. So now we're going to focus on the box project while y'all are here. Zane and Darylyn, the Crimpens as a family, were like one of our very first box project. What's the word for it? Participants. Partners. So what is the box project? The boys can answer to it as well, however y'all want to do that. But what does it mean to you guys to be able to? I'll go into detail what that is in a minute. But what does that mean to you all to do that?
You want to go?
I think I just think it means you send out something and it's just it could be a letter, writing a picture, or just doing something to care for the person that you're sending it to. We have no idea where it's going. We just do it so they know we love them.
So, it's just really cool that the box project for our family has been amazing because just like Xander said, for our two boys to be able to know that through the box project, we're serving
and sharing the love of Jesus and being able to provide them with medical supplies that possibly could be life-changing for them. And to know that it's going to anyone, anywhere, at any time is just amazing. And, I believe that there's no doubt that that's why we're here. That's on earth is to serve others and spread, God's word. And so by us being able to, we'll just draw or color a simple picture that has scripture on it or some kind of a message. We stick it in our box, or Mission Regan sticks it in our box for us, and then it's going out. And so through that, we're able to do those two things: serve and take care of others, and spread God's love. And that is just simply through this box project.
And the cool, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
The cool thing is, we don't know where it's going.
Yes.
And we'll get an email from Mission Regan, and it's usually about a week after whatever goes out, and it's either going to the Amazon or Europe, or it could be somewhere. It could be local,
locally.
right here,
Yeah.
right here in McKinney. That part's really cool. And we get pictures. We were talking about on the way here that sometimes our artwork could be the artwork in a village or whatever.
Speaking of that, two things. I'm gonna get back to that. That's remind me of that. So real fast, well, some of you might not know what the Box Project is. What it is? It's a monthly partnership with Mission Regan. It's $100 a month, and for the family, you can do it as a business, however you want to do it. And every month we send a box out to wherever we have donors, and we try to pick a different place. We have a great volunteer, Sarah Maxwell. She is incredible at this position. And what she does is she informs the donor where it goes. I remember one went to a hospital in Honduras, one of our partner hospitals, and she told our partner where we're going, which hospital, how many people are in this hospital, what kind of demographics. Just inform the donor so they kind of feel tangible, something tangible. And I think that's one of the incredible parts is you can get a map and just kind of pick where it goes. One thing that I wanted you to talk about is the Amazon. The boys or whatever drew a coat. Would you talk about that?
Yeah, so, and again, we didn't know this was going to happen, and then we get an email, and it was actually an email thread. I think it came from the person that actually took the box and the photos, and it was an 18-hour boat ride down the Amazon, and we got these pictures, and I wish we could share them right now. It was amazing.
We will do that.
The things that the boys colored, it's now, a 2-day journey to this village somewhere, and it was just something as simple as giving $100 a month, being faithful, and trusting Mission Regan with that money, and then we're blessed with it even to this day.
It was actually a hospital boat. They poured it, and then they got on this little boat and went literally down the Amazon and went into it was a 2-day journey. And when I say life-saving, it was literally life-saving. And they're holding this photo. It's one of my all-time favorite pictures. The picture that they colored, being held by this little boy in this village, and literally life-saving. And I think one of the box projects is one of the coolest concepts ever because you can get the whole family involved.
Yeah.
It's something that the kids can get involved, and they can be a part of it, and then you can also share the love and teach your kids at the same time. And so, yeah, that story gets me choked up all the time. Would you guys recommend this to box projects or anything like that? What would you say to a family that's considering doing something like that? What would you recommend?
I mean, like we've said before, it's something that you get to do together as a family. And when you have kids, it's just it just helps and
It opens up the conversation.
Yes, it opens up the conversation as far as how blessed we are to have to live what we do and have the supplies that we have. I mean, we are truly blessed and grateful. But it does open the conversation for how there's just so many people out there that are in need, and that it is our duty as Christians to step up, and if we have the means and the supplies to get there, whether that's we've already said locally or somewhere else, it's helped us to show them and model to them what it is our duty as Christians to do. And again, like they've already said, for us to get pictures and see these little kids holding up the color pictures that my boys colored is just, that does more for me, I think, than maybe we even are able to do for them. So it's
And we've
just
been
really
able
a
to
blessing.
send pictures. Like, we don't have a set plan. We do pictures, drawings. We may write a note. We maybe something that we learned at church that weekend, or it could just whatever's on your heart. And that's what we tell the boys. It's like there's no set. We make it what actually God just handles it.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, so it's whatever you want to share. Maybe it's a little necklace or whatever. And,
The cool thing is that little kid in that village might have gone, "Hey, who is this picture?"
Right.
And then he might have heard the gospel for the first time because of the painting that you guys colored. And that one kid could change that whole village. And that, I think, is to me, is the box project.
Yeah.
And there are kids in our own neighborhood that never heard the gospel, unfortunately.
And,
So,
and Josh, I'm also talking about Africa. When we went to Zambia, the money that we donated, that $100 went to pay for a wheelchair to be sent on that trip with us to give to Polly.
we have that video. That video
Yeah.
will be shared, and that we talk about that. We mentioned you guys in that video. That's what we kind of mentioned in that video about how that worked out.
I'm
What-
going to post the picture of Polly and the Crumpins.
Yes, we will post that picture. It's one of my all-time favorites. What does this mean personally to you guys? Mission Regan as a whole. What does it mean to you all as a family, as individuals?
Well, it is a family. Mission Regan is a family, and just as a family, being able to be a part of an organization that is number one, Christ-centered, and just being all about spreading the love of Jesus. It's just amazing to be a part of that. And then again, like we've already said, it's just being able to Zane and I to make the decision to be a part of something like Mission Regan and donate, and for us to model that and show our kids how important that is, that we're a part of such organizations. I mean, we're just truly blessed to be a part of this group.
And I think the friendship that's come out of it.
Absolutely.
You know, we're all about friendships. We've become, through
A
this.
family.
It's a family.
Yeah.
As a firefighter paramedic, I've seen the waste of medical supplies,
Yeah.
and to see things that it's hard to understand why IV tubing would be expired or even certain drugs, and to see that waste actually be used to save lives is amazing. And in almost 20 years in the fire service, I've seen a lot of waste.
Yeah.
So that's what is all around us is the waste of the U.S. medical system, and we're able to just to be a part of that and take something that's going to be thrown out and it can literally save someone's life. It's just, you can't get more real than that.
Back to the box project, though. When we're talking about this, you can do as much as you want. Some people just want to give the money and not really have any part of doing that, and that's totally fine. But we want them to know that we are being good stewards of the money that you give to better serve those in need, but also glorify Him. We want y'all to know that we are very, very good stewards with that money. Is there anything that you would tell people that are considering donating, not just maybe the box project, but to Mission Regan as a whole? Anything you would consider saying?
Well, it's just that they're good stewards with the money. We also donate monthly to I guess it's the building the fund.
The air conditioner.
Yeah. We
Just our first air conditioned building, by the way. Very first one in 9 years.
Hallelujah.
Yes, that's awesome.
Yes.
But yeah, we just know that they're good stewards with the money, and it's kind of a unique thing these days. So for us, that is a huge part. So we know it's very real, very authentic. And also, anybody has questions, reach out to us. We'd love to share our testimony with you guys about Mission Regan.
Is there anything else that you guys want to share with anybody listening, boys?
It's a good program.
Love it. Man, many words. Thank you, my friend. Perfect. Love you. Sandra? Nope. You good? Y'all good?
We're good. We
Okay.
just love you guys so much, and we just love what you do. And I said I wasn't going to break down and cry, but that moment may be coming. Mission Regan has blessed me in more ways than I even have time to talk about, and I'm grateful for that. And it's just an honor and a blessing to be here with Josh and Courtney. And like Zane said, if you guys have any questions, please reach out and let us share more with you. Because this is truly a special place, and our world is hurting right now, and so there is no better time than right now to step up and be a part of something that's making a difference locally, across our country, and worldwide. we need that. We need the love of Jesus, and we need
Absolutely.
to just put our heads together and our funds together and reach out and help people because we're hurting. We are hurting. So anyway, let us know if you have any questions. The Crimpin family would love to share more and meet you and be a part of Mission Regan with us.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Again, our goal is 25,000. That's our goal for the day.
Awesome.
Stay tuned at 11:30 is something that's important to you all as well. Remain the Strong Foundation. One of the most dear organizations to my heart. We've been friends with the founders and Amanda, but I know it's dear to the Crimpins as well. So stay tuned for that. That'll be at 11:30. Hey, thank you guys, and we are not going live anymore.
Bye.
We're going live
So
again,
live.
just in a little bit.
Yes, but not now. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Well, welcome back. Thank y'all for joining in. I am with one of my all-time favorite people in the world. Say people? Did I say people?
Hey, I'll take it. I mean, 'cause you said the word favorite.
So anything I say.
Yeah, I'll take
Awesome. This is Miss Jennifer Pickett. She is here to represent one of my one of this ministry is dear to my heart. One of some of my closest friends, the Amanda Strong Foundation, and so she's here to represent them. I know she's on the board and a big advocate for them. So I'm gonna let you just introduce yourself and what do you do with the Amanda Strong and how you heard about Mission Regan.
Yeah. I've been with Amanda Strong Foundation since its inception, and Amanda Strong organization is very unique. Amanda Strong is specifically for young moms going through a cancer diagnosis, and we help them make memories that will last a lifetime. You know, I was thinking back to when I first heard about Mission Regan. I've known you guys for a while, but I think it goes back to the Jamie Grace concert at First Baptist McKinney, and I took my daughter there, and I was so impressed by this organization and just how practical it was. I mean, I've spent my entire career in healthcare and health and wellness, being a dietitian and now a functional medicine health coach, and just seeing the practical needs that are met, and going through lots of situations with people where they needed something practical, but maybe funds was an issue, or maybe they didn't even know where to go to get that item.
Right.
And so I love how very practical this is.
Yeah. Awesome. Tell us a little bit about Amanda Strong Foundation, how it got started, and then how we ended up partnering together with Mission Regan.
Yeah. So we created Amanda Strong Foundation to celebrate Amanda's bravery and how she chose faith over fear and family over circumstances. Amanda Maxwell went through, as you well know, 3 different cancer diagnoses, 3 different cancer battles, and very, very difficult journeys for her. And all along the way, she demonstrated faith over fear, all along the way. And I was her patient advocate, if you will, and I was with her on all those visits, and we would sit there in those waiting rooms, and our conversation always went back to the kids.
Always.
And her top priority was making memories with her kids. And she just wanted to be a normal mom, but so much of her time was spent in the doctor's office. But, you know, Amanda had a group of friends and family that came together and helped her make memories with her family. And so we realized that not everybody has that kind of network. And so Amanda Strong Foundation was created for Amanda so that we can help families do just that and make those memories that will truly just last a lifetime.
Yeah. I remember there towards the end, I became really close with Amanda and you know, going over there and helping out when she was sick and stuff. Amanda was always about her kids and other people. Yeah. She felt bad. I remember she felt bad that I'd come over at night to give an idea of that she didn't want to take me away from my family. Mm-hmm. Even there towards the end, she was more worried. She worried about if she didn't have a baby. She worried that she'd have that on how she was. Yeah. That woman cared for so many people, even when she was.
She did.
And it was just it was infectious.
It was truly infectious, and I think that's where you and I got to know each other real well. Yeah. Is probably in the most awful of circumstances, the most difficult of circumstances. You know, Amanda was getting very close to the end of her battle, and there was just some things that she needed, some things that would honestly have been a little bit embarrassing to ask for. You know, when it comes to medical equipment, when you think of a young mom, you think of a young lady, a young man, you just don't think of them needing a potty chair or a shower seat or a wheelchair or crutches or all of these things that are supportive and medical in nature. We kind of look at that as, well, that's for old people. And so not only is the diagnosis very difficult, but some of these items can be hard to find or maybe a little bit embarrassing to ask for. That kind of help. And the way Mission Regan always handled it was so beautiful. It was filled with grace. It was also filled with discretion. Absolutely. To where it still honored that person. Yeah. and in the most disastrous
Yeah.
of circumstances.
Yeah. And I think, over the time, we learned a lot. And so a lot of family members don't know what they need,
Yeah.
And so we kind of try to say, hey, you may not need this, but this is something you may need closer. Because we kind of know that, it's getting to that point. And we want to treat them with dignity. And I think that's huge.
Yes.
A lot of people say, diapers for them. We don't change that. We say undergarments.
Yes.
Or we don't say bedside toilet. We say bedside commode. Because we want that dignity and that respect. And
Yeah.
we want to, and I know it's going to be hard for somebody at that age who's just going through that. That's just difficult to talk about.
It really
And
is.
just by changing a word.
Yeah.
Can make a huge difference.
And just allows that dignity. And I think that's how this partnership has continued to grow and develop, because now we're helping lots of moms. And these moms all have young children at home.
Yeah.
These are moms that live in Collin County, and they have these needs pop up. And honestly, they may not have the financial resources. They may not even know where to go get this.
Absolutely.
But Mission Regan has been such an amazing partner to come in with that discretion, but most importantly, that grace and that love, and to love people just right where they're at with a very, very practical need.
Yeah. So this kind of leads into my next question. What does it look like when you find out that you have a mom in that strong who needs help from Mission Regan? What do you do? How does that work? What is that process? Do you know what the process is for that?
Yeah, I mean, we reach out to you guys. We've got care teams that work directly with the moms.
Perfect.
Our main goal is to supply a memory-making opportunity.
Right.
However, as we get to know these families and we have wonderful relationships with them, other needs pop up. And so that is just the perfect opportunity for us to come in and say, you know what, we have somebody that can help you. And so that's made a really big difference. It's nice for us to know this and have this partnership so that it's just a very, very easy transition.
Exactly.
They don't have to jump through a lot of hoops.
Yeah.
And because our partnership is so strong and we're all friends and we're all get along so well, it's just easy. And I think that's what ministry needs to be.
I think we have one goal in common, is to glorify Him.
Amen.
And to take the burden off this family. And the cool thing is you have Man Strong is a certain aspect in your ministry, and so is Mission Regan. So we know each other. So if we meet somebody that's in the same situation, we can refer to you. And I think it's just neat that it's all coming together to love on this family,
It
to
is.
glorify Him, and to spread the love. Mm-hmm. And it's cool when you meet a family that's like, why are you helping us? We don't know this.
Right.
Yeah. We love you, and that's it. And we're all His children.
And this is what we're supposed to be
Exactly.
doing. I mean, we're called to help others, to serve others. That's what we're supposed to be doing.
Right,
So
absolutely.
we're trying to live that out.
And I think the cool thing, and I'll say it all over and over and over again until I run out of breath. We don't have the requirements. There's no paperwork. Well, you sign a waiver.
Yeah.
And that's it, because a lot of the people that wouldn't qualify are the ones that need that.
Yes.
And like I said, it never said, if you can show me the Bible where it says you have to have requirements to get the help and love.
Right.
Right. And so I think we are, I love Ed and Cindy, there's, love the just through that, just watching them still love the Lord and worship the Lord.
And that's what, that's how this started. I mean, you're looking at, so Ed and Cindy are Amanda Maxwell's parents.
Yeah.
And I can truly say I saw them through the most awful of circumstances.
Yeah.
And this couple continues to glorify God. They created a foundation in Amanda's name so that they could help others.
Yeah.
I think it's a human tendency to want to kind of draw back and maybe sit back and nurse your wounds and feel sorry for yourself. But they didn't do that. They decided, you know what? Amanda asked for this, and we're going to do this.
Absolutely.
So I was there when Amanda asked for this foundation. And it was, I think it was the day before she passed. It was in the hospital. And she sat up and looked at us and she said, I want Amanda Strong Foundation. And she had not been communicating very well.
Yeah, I've never before she went in.
So it was it was some very tough medical circumstances. But those words were clear as a bell. And so there was never any question that we would not fulfill those wishes. So I'd love to see how those wishes of hers at the very, very end, how that's played out and how we've been able to help these women And now we've got this community of moms that are going through this cancer diagnosis, which can be especially tough in these horrendous times.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
Just adds another layer of stress and worry, and how they come together as a tight community because of Made Strong Foundation.
Yeah. You know, we, like I was saying, when we dedicated Taylor's wall, Taylor's corner, you know, we want her back. And she went, you know, she got a new body.
Yeah.
She closed her eyes here and opened them and you know, we miss her, but she is, and I think that she would be very, very pleased and blessed and just honored at what you guys are doing today. So many lives that y'all have changed. And how many people have given their lives to Christ because of what y'all have done? Like, you just plant a seed, and let the Holy Spirit do the rest. And I think I'm just honored. I know Courtney is just to be part of that, not just personally, a personal aspect, but also as a ministry to help those moms take those burdens off. Is there anything you would like to share? Anything else you want to talk to maybe parents or moms out there or anybody that wouldn't know how to, you know, anything you want to share about ministry?
Well, just a little bit about the ministry. You can get all the information you need to know at mandastrong.com. Just a very unique ministry in that the whole goal is making memories. So this is specifically for moms with a cancer diagnosis that live in Collin County, that have young children at home. And those memories look a lot of different ways. Yeah. Sometimes that's as awesome as a trip. Now, nowadays that can be a little bit challenging. Hopefully brighter days are ahead.
Absolutely.
But also it can be something at home. Maybe a birthday party, a grand birthday party for a kid. Christmas in August or Christmas whenever, you know. You know, with Santa and Mrs. Claus. Yeah. So a lot of good opportunities. Also opportunities here locally, again, with the primary focus, memories to last a lifetime.
Yeah, awesome. It is. And if you're out there and you need help with medical supplies, I know a lot of people are coming home with cancer, and insurance is such a struggle. We want to take that burden off. Let us carry the burden for you. If you're already involved with Made Strong Foundation, they can get you in touch with Amy Samuel on our website. She is our office manager, and she's very good at getting back. We may not have it at the time, but it's just funny how God always provides that piece of equipment when we need. But for us to have these partnerships, we need your support. Today we're trying, this is in lieu of our gala that had to be canceled, but we know God always provides. So our goal today is $25,000. Any amount helps. I know it's a tough time, but for us to continue these partnerships and to help those in need, we're really hitting hard right now in our local community with this COVID crisis. We've been able to fill the gap with a lot of the other ministries not being able to keep their doors open. So we just pray that you consider partnering with us, either one-time gift, monthly, or the box project. Any amount helps. And we thank you. It does.
Yeah,
and, you know, and we thank you and your
helps.
family as well for being with us as well. So I thank you guys for taking time out of your day. Remember, it's air conditioned in this warehouse. It's nice. So if you're out and about, come on up. And come on up and do that. So
we're going to squeeze in the caring crew because they have to. So we're going to go live with them here right away.
Okay.
And then we have to. They got to get a flight back home. So
they flew in from Atlanta today. So
oh wow.
Yes.
Okay.
So we'll be back live here in probably about a minute.
1 minute.
1 minute.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you so much, Jennifer Pickett.
Thank you.
She's on the social media. Is that the new lingo?
Oh my gosh.
No, that's a new lingo.
Did you just say
I
that?
think you just made something up.
I
But
did.
watch it, we take off.
Yes. So subscribe down below. Subscribe.
No.
Right.
Okay.
Jennifer Pickett. Thank
We'll
you so
see you
much.
back in a few.
Bye, y'all.
All right, welcome.
Oops. Yep. There you go. Sorry.
You're professional vloggers. Welcome back. We are with some of our favorite. Oh man, this is one of my. I say about everybody.
You have said that this is the fourth interview, and that's
but
the
don't
fourth
tell the
time.
other people that I said about these people. Don't tell them.
It's being recorded.
All right. So I am here with Chris Van Ash and Stephanie Zhu. They are with Caring Crew. I'm going to let you guys introduce yourselves because I don't want to mess this up and say the wrong thing. So I'll let you guys introduce yourself and just tell us how we came to meet each other.
All right. So I'll start. My name's Chris Van Ash. I'm the current president of Caring Crew. I'm a mechanic at Delta Airlines. So this is a Delta Airlines primarily based volunteer group. And I've been the president for almost a year now. And Stephanie was previous president. And this is Stephanie Zhu, which is our current treasurer.
Hi, everyone. So I'm Stephanie Zhu, Chris Van Ash background. So I think in 2017, I saw online somewhere someone was like, oh, there's this great organization in light of Hurricane Harvey and everything that's happening. They get medical supplies, places that need them. And Caring Crew had actually done a similar partnership. So I was like, this is amazing. Let me donate. It seems like amazing work that they're doing. Sent the money in, got an email, and then checked my mailbox, I don't know, like 5 days later, and there is a handwritten card from Courtney. Like, she wrote on a card, "Dear Stephanie, thank you for your donation." And I don't know about the rest of you, but getting a real thank you card in this day and age is amazing. So
that was my idea, by the way. No?
I'm just so glad somebody read them.
Oh my gosh, I can't even remember the last time I got a thank you card in the mail, let alone from a donation like they don't need. Yeah. And so I told Chris and I was like, hey, I know you're leading up this medical supply stuff. There's an organization. Like, check them out. We can contact them on Instagram.
I think the heck you heard about it, right? If I remember right, it was Instagram.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
And so we kind of like chatted back and forth. You guys got on the phone. Chris calls me and goes,
email
girl, you hit the jackpot. They are awesome. And I guess we had been talking a little bit back and forth, and you're like, sure, probably like, whatever. They're not going to do anything with us. And then we said, hey, we're coming to McKinney tomorrow.
Then it got real. Then it got real fast. Because, I mean, we were just a small little organization, and we throw up word Delta and all that. We're like, we'd love to have it.
Like, well,
yeah. And I'm like, what? Start cleaning. When the in-laws are coming into town, start cleaning. And so, yeah, that was cool. Then we got, so this is at our previous warehouse. I guess y'all can kind of tell what y'all do, what the organization does.
Well, you can introduce Caring Crew, and then I'll talk about some of the stuff.
Yeah, so it actually started with a couple of flight attendants that were doing good on layovers. Obviously, at Delta, we fly all over the world. Not right now, but typically we fly all over the world. We have flight benefits that allow us on very short notice to go where we need to. And so the mission of Caring Crew really is helping others around the world. And we've done things like camps for kids. And one of the things that obviously really ties in here is taking excess medical supplies from the U.S. to clinics and just anywhere around the world.
Yeah.
So my, day job is sustainability. So this obviously tugs at the heartstrings, keeping things out of the landfill and just getting things moving.
$2.5 billion a year in surplus alone. Not even generally five.
So huge for us to be able to kind of see the facilities that we go to also, and how you think about gloves or things that you take for granted sometimes, and how
absolutely.
I'll share a brief story.
That's my next question.
My first medical medical trip, and this wasn't a Mission Regan.
Right.
But I went to a children's cancer hospital.
Yeah.
This was the very first one, so before the bug hit. And she opens up the suitcase, and she starts crying. The director of the hospital starts crying. Gets on the phone. I don't speak Spanish. Gets on the phone. Doctor comes in. Doctor starts weeping. And what it was Vaseline infused gauze, because it causes so much pain when they change the bandages of children. And I'm like, wow. So that right there said, wow, I can really make a difference. And I went all in. And, so we've been doing that. For Mission Regan, we've done, I think, 3 trips to Honduras
with our partner, Luma de
Luz, and then we went to, I did a trip to Haiti.
Yeah.
And then we did got the bags to New York.
That was cool. So you explain that. Explain how that works.
I'm gonna let Stephanie explain that.
Whoever did that, let that one.
Because she's gonna think you make fun of me, but this is the truth.
So this is
You can start.
So how this works is, for us to get supplies, like when I go to Zambia on my team, they get a suitcase and Mission Regan gets the other one. So we'll take a 50-pound suitcase full of medical supplies, which will last the whole year there for the students and whatever they need there. So that is one way that we have friends that are missionaries that when they go back to seas or when they go visit somebody overseas or locally here in the United States, they'll take a suitcase full of medical stuff. Most times it's light. But what a way just to be able to travel around the world and just get stuff to people that are in need. And so that's kind of how this all tied in together.
Yeah, so that very first trip was the very first one with Mission Regan?
No, it wasn't the first one. This was through the New York Institute of Technology.
Yeah, they were going to
over, and you all were donating the supplies, and we said we're going to help facilitate, get them from McKinney to New York.
They're going to Africa.
Yeah. So Chris is like, hey, I don't know, we have like 30 bags or something, and the two of you are like the most.
Wait, what are you laughing at?
Dedicated. I get an email. Chris is having a hard time finding volunteers to fly from like here to New York. We're like going in circles. We don't know what's happening. So I think they were leaving out of New York on Saturday at night. And this is Thursday. And Chris is like, I don't know who you need to call. Just tell everybody to cancel their plans. You guys are coming on the plane with me on Saturday. So he sends me a to-do list. And he goes, number 1, Chris and Janice will fly to DFW at 7:40 and get as many bags as we can get. Number 2, Chris and Janice goes to Atlanta where we give the bags to Connor and Stephanie. Chris and Janice fly back to DFW to get the remaining bags and spend the night. Chris and Janice then takes the first flight on Saturday morning to get to LaGuardia and arrives at 12:08. Connor and Stephanie flies out their bags to LaGuardia on Saturday morning to make sure flights look good. Stephanie leaves ASAP. Lillian will meet us in LaGuardia. Chris and Janice will go back to Atlanta, and Connor stays in New York City. Like the insanity of those logistics.
You would have ended up in Spokane if I'd done it. You would have ended up in Spokane.
Well, thank goodness that none of that happened. None of that happened. I facilitated through the cargo, and I met you over there, and
we loaded it up,
and we loaded it up, and it was gone, and so that's
just the partnership. I mean, what a blessing. When y'all left, we had lunch, and we were all meeting some of the board members. And we were in love from the very first, with your hearts, what you guys do. Just because it's not easy getting on a plane in the morning, flying somewhere, turning around and coming back home, or just flying somewhere overseas, which y'all have done, on standby, whatever it is, pay the taxes, and it is cool to go see where it goes. But you take the time away from your friends, your family, your job. What a blessing that is to people. You're using, that's time. You could be doing other things and money. And for you guys to recognize that we can partner together and to bless us, because we couldn't afford to ship stuff. We do every now and then, but the cost, we would never be able to do it. So for you, I think it's just cool how God kind of inclined us through Instagram or whatever it was. It means a lot because how many lives have been saved because of that? Because you put your yes out there. Yes, I will do this. You've done it. Your heart. Yes, it's pulling both of your strings. But it takes all of us. It takes all of us to do it. Every little part comes together to do it. You don't have that one little piece. So That is really cool. So, how would you would you recommend Mission Regan to other nonprofits that are? I mean, could you see us benefiting? I'm trying to think of the right way to ask this question.
Would you recommend other nonprofits partner with Mission Regan?
Absolutely, absolutely.
That was Courtney, by the way, Courtney Willis.
I'm here.
Not only would I recommend, I would encourage and would be more than willing, happy to do anything that I can do to tell them about my experience with Mission Regan and the organization that they run. And it is a cohesive team that they have that really makes it. What she just read sounded like it was crazy, but everybody was in sync. So it was, years in the cog, and everything was meshing. And, all the trips that we do, Mission Regan's doing 10 things and we're doing 10 things, Absolutely. But we're doing it in concert with each other. Yeah. And, the end user, they have no idea that we were running around like chickens with our head cut off for 3 days, trying to coordinate all this. It gets the supplies.
And that little kid didn't have that tearing pain. Pulling off the bandage because
exactly. No, exactly. So, I will say, absolutely encourage anybody to partner with Mission Regan. And if you have any questions, comments, that you feel free to reach out to me. I'll be more than happy to give you.
And let me say this too: is we're not one of those ones that we just want to all. They need help as well too. So if you feel like you're in a hard time with Mission Regan, but carrying crew, because we work together, it's all one partnership. And so, we're big on not saying, we're not like this. We all work. And so, is there? Go ahead.
And honestly, you'd be very hard pressed to find an organization as authentic and just passionate about what you guys do. I think we saw that the very first time you came out here, and the ability for you guys to do all of this and impact so many people around the world is incredible. So I don't think I need to repeat. Absolutely support Mission Regan, however it is, long-term time, money. Call us. We'll
yes. Yeah,
sure.
Is there anything else that you got? Thank you guys. I know. So they, like I said, they flew from Atlanta this morning. They're going to fly home. But that's a big deal. So thank you guys for that.
Yes.
Is there something else that you wanted to share? We got some time.
Just to kind of let everybody know with COVID going on,
Mm-hmm.
everything is really difficult.
Mm-hmm.
But the need has kept the snowball. The need is like a snowball. And so when things open up and we're able to deliver, the need is going to be astronomical. So, please, anything that you can do to help Mission Regan, will just kind of alleviate and kind of help head some of that off before it happens. Josh and Courtney, we want to commit to you this year that we really want to expand our domestic partnership.
Thank you. Absolutely.
We've done a lot, only international with you.
Love that.
And just, what Josh was saying, about partnering with Caring Crew. So that New York trip, we went with Lily. Well, I established a relationship with Lily. Well, Lily and her students got together 8 suitcases of school supplies to go to Puerto Rico. So it's just how the tentacles of this
Awesome.
web we weave goes out. And, y'all don't know anything about that. That just happens, and it's in process to happen again. So, I'm blessed that we were introduced to y'all. And, what was that letter?
Handwritten letter.
I love it.
It was fantastic.
Awesome.
Do you have anything else you would like to add?
Awesome.
Oh, I do want to give one shout out to one Mission Regan team member, Brent
Armstrong. He'll be here in a little while.
Brent is the man. I'll tell you, he gets it. And he taught me. So we do medical supplies with other things.
Yeah.
And Brent taught me he never puts everything in one bag.
We do that
So,
catch one
20, if you have four bags, you put 25% of each item in each bag.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of
I learned that on my mission trips to Zambia. I would lose one, it's all of it. So we make 10 of one, 10 of each 10 suitcases are the exact same. I think
Hey, one last funny story.
Very smart with that.
This will be a real quick one. So my funniest story is I go to Rolltown, dropping off some bags for a little bit of lose.
Oh yeah.
And they're going through the X-ray machine.
Okay.
The customs lady looks so rapid like this. I go up there. and there's a prosthetic foot. Like, it's just as clear as you can see on the X-ray machine. You know? So I handed her the customs letter, and she just said, "Okay."
I'm not opening up that soon, guys. Well, hey guys, thank y'all for coming and thank you for flying in. I hope you guys have a safe trip back. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Hey guys, we're gonna be back here in just a second with Rowlett Fire Department Josh Brock. So just hang tight. We'll be right back. Thank you. hey, thank you guys for joining us back again. There's a short break. I am here with one of my good close friends, Josh Brock, and his wife, Joe. She's sitting over there. Josh is one of my fire brothers with Rowlett. He's also the association president and does a lot of good things for us guys at the station. So, hey, thank you all for coming to us hot outside and being out in the weather. So
You got it cooled off.
we did get it cooled off for you. So remember that. It's cool in here. If you would just kind of introduce yourself and where you get for living and all that good stuff, which I already said. But sure.
My name is Josh Brock. I do a lot of things for a living. One of which is I get to be the lead representative for our local association in Rowlett. So I'm a Rowlett firefighter paramedic, and been doing that for 12 years. And I also like to do just about everything else that I have time to pay for. So that's nonprofits. I love nonprofits. I love being involved in nonprofits. To working with firefighters on issues of pay benefits.
Things that are important.
Yeah, safety.
Yeah. Which is a big help. I've learned a lot from Josh. I've been doing this for a long time. I've learned a lot of stuff that I did not know before. So a great asset to us as a brotherhood. So thank you for that.
For those that don't know, you also are a firefighter paramedic.
Yes, with Josh and all that.
Some people might not know that.
Yeah. I've been doing this since about 04, 05, so I've been doing this for a little bit as well too. So
We don't know who's watching. There's people out of the country watching.
Yeah. So I do that for a living as well. This is my fun job. Well, that's fun too. Wait a minute, that came out way wrong, didn't it? Chief, if you're listening, I didn't mean it like that.
Yeah.
So how did you first hear about Mission Regan? And I guess how did you hear about us? And then guys, how did that kind of partnership go with the COVID crisis and all that?
Sure. So I actually first heard about Mission Regan through a mutual friend of ours years ago. And he was like, hey, there's this guy I know, good friends with Josh, and he takes medical supplies around the world. Well, that seems right up my alley. That's pretty sweet. And then it wasn't until, years later, 3 or 4 years later, that we hired you.
Yeah.
And then I actually got to put a face to this, nebulous guy that I've heard about. So that's really you were the reason I heard about Mission Regan more than just, hey, there's this guy that takes old medical supplies and new medical supplies and gives them to people that need them.
Yeah.
But when you got hired, that's when I really started learning about what you do, the mission behind the things that you do and where you go. So that's kind of where I heard about it. As far as partnering, you asked, I was thinking about this question, and it's, partnering is hard because I would assume a partnership is both sides, but really, like, you guys are taking the lead on helping us out in Rowlett, but the partnership comes through the relationship.
Absolutely.
So, joining with you in the mission of Mission Regan to take supplies around the world, locally, which I love. I know we've got tons of stories in Rowlett of where somebody's in need and Mission Regan's been able to help them out.
Fire guys, brothers, or mothers, need walkers and things like that.
Yeah.
And I know through the COVID, that was a big deal. Not just for Rowlett, but for all these front lines.
Right. So partnering through COVID, a specific supply that we needed, right? So there's a certain skill we need when somebody's needing help breathing. Well, when you do that, it kind of contaminates the air, right, in the next product. So there's a certain device that filters that air, and Mission Regan was able to find these items that we needed. And through the partnership with the association, was able to help out the department with that.
Those items, when they were before COVID, they were like $3 a piece. They were at $80 a piece.
Yeah, that's the wild thing about COVID right now is that all these supplies that are needed have just shot through the roof.
It's crazy because we have these standing orders of things we're allowed to do in the back of an ambulance, things that we would do on a regular basis we're not allowed to do. And through this it's a filter. Our medical director said, go ahead and use it. That's what we need. And because as a paramedic, being in the back of that ambulance, not being able to do something is one of the worst feelings in the world. That's our job. We take that risk. But we also have families, and we also have, you're one of our safety guys. You're right there at the head of it. And I know we're out of PPE there for a while, so our fire marshal came here and took a lot of the big yellow. I don't know if we've used them yet, but we've also had some suits that we gave. I kind of, I won't say hoarded them for the fire department, but I definitely hoarded them for the first responders. And I'm okay with that because I want to make sure that the frontline guys that are in the back of this small box are protected.
Yeah, and that's one thing I'll say too is the other things that you've provided us, right? So you read the news and you see that so many other organizations are short of supply, not having enough supplies, and I can say that Rowlett has really been great at keeping our frontline guys covered when it comes to PPE, and that's a lot of thanks to you guys here at Mission.
Well, I appreciate that. I just have a brain fart. Is that kosher on this?
I don't think you're supposed to say
Is that
fart
an age- is that
when
an
you're
age-
live
age thing?
all over the world, but whatever.
What? And we've been talking about this in the past, and I'm kind of going off script here, and that's but it's okay though. It's good.
Okay.
But we have talked about this in the past, and we've had a couple us going into people's homes. We get a first-hand glimpse of things they may need. So a lot of things people don't know Mission Regan has is we have our DME section over there where we dedicated this morning to my good friend Taylor. Wheelchairs, walkers, shower chairs, benches, hospital beds, like the hospice beds. We have those. We go into these homes and we see them in this need. And so what we're going to be doing with local fire departments, and we're trying to do this, hopefully we'll be able to do this soon, is we'll have a card or whatever. We can give those to those individuals and say, hey, reach out to them. Because sometimes they don't know where to go because they've been turned down so many times from Medicaid and Medicare. But we see that, we're kind of like, man, I wish we do. I know I get that feeling. But now, hopefully, we'll be able to have that partnership where you can just give them a card and then they can call or email and then we can get them that stuff. Because a lot of times we go to homes quite a bit because their stuff is broke down. And so that kind of helps all of us out. Would you agree with that?
100%. Yeah.
And it's about, honestly, it's about doing stuff when no one's looking. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be one to always do it. So we just put them on the rigs and then they just go get it. And then that person, and then the good thing, like I was telling people before, there are no requirements to Mission Regan. There are no hoops they have to jump through. They don't have to be qualified. If they need it, we have it. It's theirs. And we just want to take that burden off of people. And I think that is one of the differences that we are very proud of. Is we don't care who you are, what you come from, what you look like, who you worship. And we don't care any of that stuff. We just want to love on you, give you what you need, and we follow up. And we're not one of those ones that just get to you and that's it. If it doesn't work or it's not what you need, we will try to get you what you need and make sure it works. And I think it's more about the relationships than about numbers. Oh, yeah. And it has to be all about the relationships because numbers are just numbers. I mean, if it's not about the relationships, then you're wasting time, in my opinion. And so I just, I hope that, we can continue to broaden our relationship with Rowlett. Not just the fire department, but the whole city, with the city council and whatever, because Rowlett's growing. And we've got we've got nursing homes and assisted livings, and there's a great need. So we just need to get the word out more. I think. So
I feel like you just gave me another job.
You're
but so, is there anything else that you would like to share, or anything that we missed, or I kind of went off script? But I think I'm just gonna throw this whole thing away later.
Yeah, you should do it. Scripts are always good. Yeah, I mean, we're thankful for you guys.
Yeah.
You guys have really come through for us. Like I said, we've been one of the best protected cities.
I believe so. I agree.
Yeah, and I've heard stories of other cities that are struggling, especially in the beginning. Right, we're trying to get supplies in, and all of a sudden it was at this price, and now it's at this price.
Yeah.
So you're talking about these are now becoming big budget items.
Yeah.
It's just a mess.
Yeah, and you talk about all these other departments getting covered right away off the bat. Yeah. And we're going knock on wood. And so, and that goes to the leadership and your role as the associate president to make sure that we're protected. And so for that, we thank you for that. I think that's it. Our goal today is to reach 25,000. So if you guys are online, please partner with us. Please pray about partnering with us. You can do the box project, any of that stuff as well, and reach out to us if there's something that you need. We've got it. We can set up time to pick it up or deliver it. We take things as well if someone passes away. That's another big thing about Mission Regan is a lot of times when someone passes away, they don't know what to do with those things. Nobody really comes and picks them up. Well, we take that burden off too. So,
and there's one question on the equipment you'd say, Nick,
Yeah.
I'd like to speak into.
Absolutely.
Since you're going off script, I'm going to bring us back to the script.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. The last question was what I would say to a donor. If somebody was thinking about donating.
I was going to say that.
So, you give to a nonprofit to see, because A, you believe in them, but you want to know that the nonprofit you're giving to is doing the work they say, right? And I'll say that from experience, Mission Regan does that. And number two is, and this is live stream, right? Yes, sir. So there's donors out there, right? Watching this. Yeah. So if you're a donor right now, y'all take credit cards, right?
Absolutely.
So if you're a donor out there and you have a credit card and it gets miles on airplanes, go ahead and pull that out and just shine it in front of your TV, right? So anytime you spend that, it gives you miles right on an airplane. So pull that out and donate it and collect those miles and then give these guys a call and go to Zambia with them.
Absolutely.
Or any other country they go to.
Yeah.
See the work that you're putting into.
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. Thank you. Thank you very much. Speaking of that, Amazon Smile. If you don't know yet, Amazon Smile, you can do Mission Regan on that. So you're not paying any more money. They just turn around and donate some of that money to us. Yeah. But no, seriously, they'll come to Zambia with us. We take 35 people. We'll probably do 2 trips. Yeah. We treat about 2,000 people in 4 days. We're opening a clinic.
Because I can tell you this, like my worldview changed at a young age because I went on trips with my
Absolutely.
friends. And when you see it firsthand,
absolutely,
that's when your heart changes, when your mind changes.
Just don't love on anybody else.
That's it. And then you kind of just get intoxicated with goodness.
Mm-hmm.
And you can do that locally too.
We
through Mission Regan.
Yep.
We are always asking for partners to come pick up supplies, to bring supplies, drop off supplies to families in need. So there's lots of ways to get connected.
When you meet a family member, you just drop off a wheelchair or walk and you see the emotion. Yeah. Just a little thing.
It's cool.
Do you have anything to say as the bride, as the missus?
Great job.
Good job.
Way to go.
Well, hey, thank you guys. We will be back in 10 minutes. For who's next?
Texas Lions Camp.
Ooh, we've partnered with the Lions Camp as well, so that'll be a good one. So see you in 10 minutes for that. thank you for joining in. It's been a great day so far. I know I've said that these are all my favorite nonprofits and organizations, but this one maybe. I say that again. Yes. This is Texas Lions Camp, and the reason I love it so much is our daughter, Grace, has been able to go there with their camp, and she has come back and said it is by far probably the best camp that she's ever been a part of, and we know they do a lot of great things for kids. If you don't know much about Lions Camp, please check them out. This is the Texas Lions Camp down in Kerrville, which I've never been down there, actually, matter of fact. I never saw him. I've never, before this.
Oh, I was like,
I've never seen Hill Country. I've never seen Hill Country till I came down there.
Really?
Never.
Well, I guess I'm the same. I'm born and raised in Texas, and the first time I was in Hill Country in Kerrville was my first summer being a camp counselor, which was in 2015.
Yeah. Well, let's do that first. Let's introduce you. So this is Aubrey Lynn.
Yes.
Aubrey Lynn Carter. So go ahead.
Hi, I'm looking here, right?
Yes, right there.
I'm Aubrey Lynn, and I was just a program intern at Texas Lions Camp, as well as I was going to be the Camp Life coordinator for summer 2020. Obviously, with everything going on, that kind of took a different route. But this is my fifth summer at camp, and I just had the opportunity to live there since March, intern, and kind of dabble in everything and help out where needed. And it was a lot with.
How long you been there?
It's like this summer.
This summer, wow, that's cool.
Yeah, it was really cool, and it was a hard summer. Yeah. But it was just because it was different. Yeah. But it was good. Yeah. We had a lot of time. We were already prepping for next year, and we made sure. Yeah, we made sure the kiddos got stuff at home, and
that's probably more challenging to kind of figure things out. But at least you're dedicated, and you're not loved. And that's a good thing. A lot of them just don't give up on the kids. They find things for them to do.
Exactly. No matter how much we looked online, like what other camps were doing, and kind of brainstorming, whether it be on Pinterest or whatever I was doing that day, it was really hard because of our population. Right. So we're a nonprofit that serves children with physical disabilities, and we have a week with children with Down syndrome, and then 2 weeks with full kiddos with type 1 diabetes. Okay. So we want to get the kids with diabetes, we want to get their med ed, so we don't want them to lose out on Dr. Ponder's talk. We don't want them to lose out on the educational aspects of camp. And then our kiddos with all different sorts of physical disabilities and needs, that range is so big that it really pinpoints what we can send them, and if they're going to have access and they're going to be able to do it, because at camp they're able to do everything. We make sure of that. Right. But sending them a box TLC home was very challenging. Even if it was just a child who is hard of hearing or one who has no motion in his arms, we want to make sure that they had things to do. And that was a lot. Awesome.
Well, let's kind of shift gears real fast. How did you hear about Mission Regan?
So, actually,
funny story.
Funny story. It was, what was her first summer?
2 years ago?
It was 2 years ago. Her third summer camp.
2 summers ago.
So they were, I was doing check-in on Sunday, so we do it, and I looked across the gym, and she looks so familiar. And I think I even I don't think you know this, but I think I took a picture from far away. I was sent it to my mom. I was like, who is this? I think I know her. Yeah. And so eventually, I just went straight up to her. I was like, I think I know you. Are you friends with someone in my family? And eventually, we just kind of put the pieces together that, you and my cousin best friends growing up, and I probably haven't seen you. Yeah.
You were
you in 10 years.
Tiny, yeah.
And then, so we just happened to meet up in checkout, and that's when I got to tell you more about camp, and it was also new to you guys. Yeah. You guys had just got there. We
were newbies.
We had no idea what to do.
We were like, what's happening? She's going to be gone for a week.
Grace
what are we going to do?
Nervous.
Yeah.
And then I think it was
Grace or Mom?
Or Dad.
But I think I helped with you guys because you were just asking me little questions about her daily schedule. Yeah. She was just nervous to get in there, and I think have you guys in the week. Just be able to
be
herself. Because I think I texted you before dinner. I was like, I just went into her unit and checked on her, and she's running around. She's
great.
Leader of the pack. I was like, she's perfectly fine.
I think too is when I started seeing. I think the partnership that made it happen maybe before you kind of got involved in that process was I was working with the head nurse,
Karen Ann King.
Yes, love her. I don't say her name, but go
She's so
you
great.
said-
No, I can say it. I just interned
yeah.
for her, and she's my favorite human.
Yes, I love. We talk a lot.
Yeah.
And so I said, hey, you know, how do you get some of these kids around? Did you do whatever? And we start talking. She's like, do this, and I'm like, oh, hold on. And when we came back to pick Gracie up, we were able to bring wheelchairs, transport wheelchairs.
So Karen Ann is very organized. She's now vice president of summer camps, but at the time she was the medical director for a billion years. But she had an infirmary checklist of things that she knows we need no matter what. Yeah. And it's just things that, like, looking at the list, I wouldn't think about it. Like, I wouldn't think to get syringes or little things like that or an extra wheelchair, because in my mind, we've got a whole closet. I know where they're at. But then she sends me the list or gives it to you guys. You guys donate it. And that next summer, we used it constantly.
Yeah.
And it's things where the smallest things that you guys donated are things that parents need to know we have for their kids.
Absolutely.
Because they're leaving their kids there for a week and
trusting that
not only are they having fun, because that's what summer camp's about, but with our kiddos, it's, are they safe? Are they getting what they need? If something goes wrong, are they protected? Do they have everything we need? So just a supply of, I mean, the infirmary is very important, obviously, with our kids. We've got kids with 5 meds a day.
Absolutely.
Serving 1,500 kids this summer.
Yeah.
We need a lot of stuff, so it worked out great. And
I think
we got that med bag, too, that you were really excited
about. There's a big EMS bag we're using the field. That
so
thing
good.
is legit.
Yep, so we got to use that for camp out meds.
Yeah.
So we got to pack up the meds and cooler and that, like, for camp out, drive out to camp out, that way the kiddos that were either our Science Frontier or Inspiration got their meds, didn't have to miss out on marshmallows, didn't have to go down to the infirmary or anything like that. So
cool. I think the cool thing about partnering with organizations like this is we want you all to be able to spend your money on the kids and let us supply the stuff that you would have to spend the money on.
Exactly.
Because I see the impact when Gracie comes home and she's like, that's the most fun I've ever had. And you take these kids out of their everyday life for just a little bit to be a kid.
Yeah.
And that costs money. And so let us, and we have this stuff, we're already there. And, you know, and so we've been able to ship stuff. I know we've sent some stuff in the past, or somebody was here and picked some stuff up. And someone's always going somewhere.
Well, any Lions Club as well.
Yes.
That's who funds our kiddos that get into the camp for free through Lions Club. Yes. And those people are very on top of it as well. So I wouldn't be surprised about that if you get some calls from the Lions Club.
You know what?
That'd be awesome.
We want it. And like, we're really focusing on, we do international, but we really over the last year or so, we've really made strides that we are local.
Yeah.
Like, we work with Scottish Rite. You know, a lot of the kids can't get specialized wheelchairs and things like that, which we have. And so we're very big on, we just want to take that burden. So, like, if you know a parent that may need something for home because you've heard the kid talking about it, then you can just refer them to us. So then we can help that parent.
Well, it's also something that, like, talking to Karen Ann about and stuff like that, and her knowing as vice president of summer camps now, even more so than her being a medical director, she's getting everything on the kids, parents. So if a kid gets to camp like, wow, this wheelchair really worked, or this worked over here bathing them. Do you have this at home? And the parent says no. That can be something that
absolutely,
because that would connect you guys locally as well as like with our kiddos. And I love them. I miss them this summer.
Gracie, that was one of Gracie's hardest part when we told her there was a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and something.
She said.
She was so sad.
I was like, it would have been your third. She's like, no. I was like, yeah, it would be your third.
Something that really left an impression on me when Gracie went to camp was when we picked her up. You know, Gracie is always it's something that when you look at her, she has autoimmune disease, so you don't see anything.
Yeah.
And so on the inside, she's always feels a little bit different because at the time she was on medicine that made her immune system sick. Yeah. So, you know, when we picked her up, something that really left an impression in my heart was she said, Mom, we were all so different that we were all the same. And everyone was special because they're all awesome.
And everybody, and they treated us like kids.
Yeah.
I think that was a big one. They treated us like we were kids, and they didn't, you know. And I think that was, and Gracie was sad when she left, just because.
Oh yeah, both years.
Yeah. And so I say this, like I said with the Man Strong, if you want to support something, and it may not be Mission Regan, check out the Lions Camp.
Yeah.
Please, because they do incredible work for kids. Like I said, we're big on hey, you should give us. No, we're not about that. We're about if you don't want to give us, that's totally fine, but give somewhere. Give somewhere where you're making an impact, and we've seen the impact at the Lions Camp.
No, it's incredible because, like I said before, even the littlest things are you don't expect it.
Yeah.
A lot of kids that need
Yeah.
to use 10 syringes a day or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, look that up.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Even
So,
if you're not below the poverty line.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I like that it's like a nonprofit helping nonprofit. Like it's
Yeah.
for the family and
It is.
nice.
It takes more than just one to kind of bridge those gaps and fill those holes.
Yeah,
Mhm.
for sure.
Um,
For sure.
Is there anything you want to share? Like, what would you say to people that are considering calling with Mission? What would you say?
I say just reach out. Like if you don't know how or you don't know necessarily if you need something or if you don't need something now, just say like introduce yourself, like talk to them, make a connection because they're not gonna forget you. They're not gonna you're gonna cross their mind when they have supplies that you may need down the road and you know, you can get a call and just when you really need it and yeah.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Is there anything you want to share personally, or are you good?
Well, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I'll talk a little bit.
Yeah. Well, cool. Well, listen. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
We're like I said. Hey, we're doing these till 7:00 tonight, but we will take money all day long, anytime. Our goal is to reach 25,000 today, and so please. This is in lieu of our gala that had been canceled, so this is a big day for us. So please consider partnering with us either one time or monthly or the Box Project. And I think that's it for now. I'll be back in 18 minutes
With Hope Clinic.
Hope Clinic, Tiffany Lowry. So the Hope Clinic is a local nonprofit clinic here in McKinney.
Awesome.
So see you there. Bye. Hey, welcome back. Thank you all for joining us. Before we get to our next guest, I just want to say we just got an anonymous donor that said that if we receive $4,000 more by 3 o'clock, they will put in another $1,000. So please, 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 if you haven't yet, please consider donating. So if we get $4,000 more by 3 o'clock, he'll put in another $1,000. So please, please, please pray about that.
You can give online at missionregan.com. You can send
Venmo.
money via Venmo to @missionregan, and it's REGAN. We have PayPal. We have all kinds of options as far
On our
as
website,
donating
yeah.
those. Yeah, so
Awesome.
lots of options.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you, that anonymous donor.
Yeah.
So now, one of our local partners that we've been partnering with over the last few years, with Hope Clinic.
Yes.
This is Miss Tiffany Lowry. Did I pronounce that right? Awesome. Thank you for being here today.
More than honored to be awesome.
Will you tell us a little bit about yourself, introduce yourself, and what you do for Hope Clinic?
Well, my name is Tiffany Lowry. I am a nurse practitioner and also the nurse manager for Hope Clinic. I have been there for about 1 year. I previously worked at JPS in Fort Worth with Dr. Twain.
Oh, yeah.
Who's our medical doctor.
Love her. Awesome. 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 How did you hear about Mission Regan? How did
Tell us first what is Hope Clinic?
Hope Clinic is a nonprofit organization where we see uninsured and homeless patients.
Now, y'all have a facility where?
We are located at 103 East Lamar Street in McKinney, we're across from the library. So we've been there coming up on our 1 year anniversary at that location. We're partnering with the Baptist Immigration Clinic.
I remember that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're super excited just to have that space to be able to see and serve more patients.
What a blessing. I remember that.
True blessing.
I remember when that was happening. That was so we're praying about that. That is so cool. So just kind of tell us about the partnership between Hope Clinic and Mission Regan over the last few years.
This partnership has been absolutely great. Just with us being, Mission Regan has helped us serve our patients here in the community because, like I said, all of our patients are either uninsured or either homeless, and they get sick also.
Yeah,
they
absolutely.
haven't seen, providers like in years. They come in with chronic illnesses, and they're needing supplies.
Yeah.
Supplies and stuff for the clinic. And so we're partnering with Mission Regan. We're able to get those supplies for those patients.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think that's cool, and I say it with all the other ministries and vendors. We want to be able to give you that stuff because finances are tight.
Yes.
And we really spend that money on other things.
Mm-hmm.
Because some of the items that we have been able to, give to are $100, if not more.
Mm-hmm.
And we just rather take that burden off of you out. Like we were saying before, it takes everybody coming together.
Exactly.
And I think it's really cool. This partnership is, we like I said, a lot of people just think that we're international, but we're really trying to make a focus in our local community. And this is one that's really dear to me because there are a lot of people don't think when they hear McKinney, they don't think homeless.
Right. There
Or
are,
uninsured for that matter.
Exactly. There are actually thousands of patients that are residents in McKinney that are homeless and uninsured.
So when you say homeless, does that mean literally homeless or they're just go from house to house? What does that mean?
Both. I mean, we have
Let's
patients
consider
that definitely. So we have patients that live married in. We have patients that are, living behind Academy, living behind Walmart.
Yeah.
We have patients that are, moving from house to house.
Yeah.
And so they don't have a place to go. If they get a wound on them, they're not able, to go to the emergency room or get it cleaned up. So they come to us to have that assessed, and we reach out to Mission Regan so we can get those supplies to take care of them.
I have a lot of stories so far. Have been shared with me over the time of patient stuff. But is there anything that sticks out? A patient, don't give information, but an item maybe that you've gotten or something that just sticks out.
Yes, actually, we just recently had a patient. He was diagnosed with bladder cancer, and so he was going to Parkland, and so he got on an imaging program at Parkland. So they agreed to see him as a patient, but he also needed supplies that was put in. And he was like, "Hey, I tried talking to the social worker, and I cannot get these supplies." supplies. I can't afford it. And so we searched other places, and lo and behold, I reached out to Mission Regan, and the supplies that patient needed, we were able to get them. And so he was able to do his dressing changes, able to change his bags. So that is like a true blessing in itself.
It's so cool because, a lot of people don't know what we have, and they don't know until they reach out. When I say literally, we have everything from Band-Aids to hard dogs.
Yes.
Everything in between. I mean, seriously. And those are the stories that just touch me because where else would he have gone? If a lot of these people are throwing these things away, and we're blessing somebody, and just to plant that seed of we're just the middleman to help you continue what you're doing to bless this guy or these individuals. And it takes all of us together, and we love what you're doing, and it's just so cool for us to be in the background. That's what we want to be. I don't want to be in the front. I want to be in the back and let everybody else kind of do the work. And just, that guy's thinking, that's probably all he takes. Mm-hmm. For him to go, it's something that you can't go to Walmart and get.
Right.
And I love the stories. I love this partnership because you guys are doing some amazing work. And McKinney needs it. Like I said, a lot of people think, McKinney, they hear the news, wealthiest cities in America, fastest growing. They forget about the east side. I call it the east side. There's some people that need help on the west side, don't get me wrong. Yes. But a lot of times we forget about the east side. And so it's really, really cool that, the Samaritan, we've helped them as well. But it's cool that we all come together.
And that's what it takes. It takes that link nonprofits and just other organizations just within the community just to come together just to help people.
And it's sad to think what would happen to this family if we do this.
Right.
Exactly. You can't help everybody, but you can sure try. I don't want to say that, but you should try that.
And like he literally had tears in his eyes when I told him, hey, I was able to get these supplies from Mission Regan. And so they're a true blessing. And they're going to be patients. So
you plant that seed and somebody care about.
Mm-hmm.
That's so cool. Would you recommend other organizations like this partner? And if they have concerns, would you kind of clear those up? Say like, oh no, everything you give us is good. It's not.
Right. Yeah. Most definitely. All the supplies, I would most definitely recommend Mission Regan to other nonprofits, other even non-profit organizations. But everything that we've ever gotten from you all is like quality.
Yeah.
There's nothing, even if, I've gotten just medication, supplies. These supplies are like basically if you're ordering them straight off of Amazon. Still in packages, not damaged, not outdated. And so, like I said, that is a true blessing within itself. With us, we only have a limited amount of funds and grants that we can help patients. Yeah. And so, with us having Mission Regan to partner with us to help us to take care of these patients, that goes a long way.
The things that aren't wrapped are like our wheelchairs and our walkers and all that stuff. And our rule is, if you're not going to give it to your own child, don't give it to us. Because we want to treat these people with dignity. We don't want to get them just stuff that's wheels duct tape together. I'd rather not give them that and give them that.
We actually got a walker from you all.
Yeah.
It's still with the tag on it.
So, yeah.
And our patient, she was like, do I need to give this back? And, and I was like, no, it's yours. It's yours. So we have a organization, Mission Regan, that donates these things to us. So we can help you all out.
We took one to the hospital one time. I guess a patient went there and I took him a rollator that you could sit on and walk with the seat. And said, I can't afford this today. Or she said, I can't afford this. Can't say that. Mm-hmm. She's $40 a day. And that's why I think the partnership is so good that let's just work together to love on the least of these.
Exactly. That's something that God wants us to do. And be able to help each other.
Absolutely.
Help the next person.
Absolutely. What would you say to someone that's considering first partnering financially with Mission Regan? Would you say that the funds are being used as we're being good stewards with the money?
Of course. Right. My thing is do please. Because like I said, we have tons of people here in McKinney that need people and organizations like Mission Regan to help.
And we want to help you.
Yes.
But we got to keep our doors open.
Right.
Unfortunately. And when I first started this ministry, I was that person who went, it's not my money, it's God's money. Mm-hmm. And for us to love on those people, we have to keep our doors open.
Exactly.
And we're in such a big growth that it's tough. I know y'all going through the same thing. So, like I said, you don't want to do with us, Oak Clinic, and they are doing some amazing work. I appreciate you coming. Is there anything you want to share that maybe we didn't go over, or new information about your clinic or anything like that you want to share?
Like I said, we're located at our clinic. We're located at 103 East Lamar Street. We do open enrollment on Tuesdays starting at 1 p.m.
And that's for patients that are
uninsured or homeless. So if you don't have any medical insurance, feel free to stop by Tuesday 1 p.m. So we do open enrollment. And then also, I just ask that you please just donate to this wonderful organization that is stepping up in our community to help people in here. Thank you so much.
Also, and then when it comes to Mission Regan again, we don't know about the insurance. If you have insurance and you still don't need it, or you can't afford the equipment, come to us. We don't have any of those requirements. I know for what you guys do, you have to because it'd be just bombarded. You just don't have the manpower. We understand that. And so that's kind of where we're at is we have the manpower in the space that we just want to be able to do that. And so, hey guys, I've been saying it at every single interview, and I'm going to say it again. Our goal is $25,000. Please pray about giving to us. And like I said, by 3 o'clock, if we get 4,000, we'll have somebody match or give us up to another $1,000. So please consider doing that. And I'll be back in 18 minutes. It's one of my longer breaks. Yes. I'll be with one of my favorites. Another one of my favorites.
Oh, that's weird.
Street side showers. Lance, I don't know if you know him. He does portable showers for the homeless here in McKinney and around the local area. So I will see you guys soon.
Thank you,
Thank
Tiffany.
you very much.
Which way you want?
All right. Hey, welcome back, everybody. Thank y'all for joining us. I think somebody said there's somebody joining us from the other side, maybe? I heard someone talking about that, other side of the pond.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. I am honored to be here with the founder and president, or just founder? What is it?
Founder, chief shower guy.
Chief shower guy.
You know, I mean, there's
Yeah.
it's just a, but yes, we'll go
Founder.
the guy that really started all
Awesome.
the craziness.
Yes.
I know one of those.
Yes. This is Lance Olinsky with Street Side Showers. So, hey, welcome. Thank you for coming today. I know you're probably busy. It's hot outside, and you work out in the heat,
We do.
which I know a little bit about. But I'm going to let you just introduce yourself and kind of tell everybody about your ministry and what you do.
Yeah, sure. Well, welcome everybody. Thank you so much. I'm so glad to be here, invited to be with just a supporting organization, but also friends. And so my name is Lance Olinsky, and I'm the founder of Street Side Showers. And what we do is we provide a mobile shower service and hygiene care to those who are experiencing homelessness in North Texas, and we also have stuff in Florida. So our mission is pretty simple: it's to bring hope and help restore dignity in the form of a hot shower and personal hygiene care. And so we have 3 mobile shower trailers that we roll around North Texas. We're in 7 locations right now, and folks that are experiencing homelessness can just get a shower. Nowadays, a cooler shower, where we do a hot shower and personal hygiene care and socks and underwear. And we're really taking
I
care of
remember we
folks
had
on the
one
street.
shower. I remember.
We did. That's it. We did. Actually, it was just our little 2-stall unit that we started with, and now we're on our 3rd trailer. We just crossed over 10,000 showers. So
Praise God. That's
thank
cool.
you. Yes,
It's a big milestone.
It is. It's
a lot of water.
It's a lot of water and a lot of miles around North Texas.
You do some good stuff.
Thank you.
Kind of tell us how Street Side Showers and Mission Regan partnered together. How it all came together. First, how it came together, and then what we do now.
Yeah, sure. No, it's interesting because we're not really considered necessarily a medical organization, not at all. But yet how the Lord just really kind of blended all this together. So when I first started a little over 3.5 years ago, we're getting started. We're trying to figure out, how we're going to bring showers, and so one of the things is, as I had said with folks at the time, my son-in-law Aiden, he's attending the church that you guys attend. He goes, "You need to talk to this guy, Josh." And I just kept hearing this guy named Josh. You need to talk to Josh. And so really the most important thing about that was it all started out with a relationship and a friendship. And so,
Yes.
because we're, when you start out as a new nonprofit, it's very, networking and collaboration and partnership. Yes, it's tough. And so really just trying to just get the landscape of what's going on. And so we got introduced to you guys, and it was just really what was so special about it was it really started out as more of a friendship and a relationship rather than what can we do for you. It wasn't just, hey, that came second. What came first is we want to really just be behind you guys.
Yeah.
And so that's a big thing. That's a big thing, especially we're helping a lot of people.
Yeah.
Anyway, we have a lot of differences in what we do, but everything we do is
Same goal.
Same goal.
Treat people with dignity, love on them, and do what they do.
Yeah.
Show them that somebody cares.
That's it. That's it. That's what we do.
So what I think, so for the people that know, we talk about medical supplies and medical equipment. But every now and then, I say quite a bit, we get medical grade cleaning supplies, gloves, things that maybe you could use.
Yes.
And so kind of tell us some things that we give you that you couldn't use out in the field, or
Right.
you couldn't buy at Walmart.
Yeah. Well, no, so that's from there. That's what I loved about it is we were able to, as we began to do showers, because we're doing, we're now 150 showers a week. And so one of the things we do, part of our dignity piece, is after a person takes a shower, we wipe it down, we disinfect it, we clean it for the next guest, because it's not just go in and take a shower and give someone else's, dirt on the shower pan. We wipe it down. So how you guys help us, which is very significant is this: is we need gloves, but we need good quality gloves.
And you know, lunch lady wants
those little yes, because when you're wiping, you know, we go in, we rinse down, we clean the shower, we wipe it down, and then just having really nice quality gloves, really nice quality disinfectant, because we spray down. So even before all this COVID hit, we were still always just disinfecting the stall. We used disinfecting wipes. You know,
we have those medical grade wipes, which are like top of the line.
Top of the line. And honestly, I went because before I met you, I'm pricing these medical wipes. They are just so expensive. And I was like going through my budget, man, how am I going to do this? How are we going to do wipes? And then you guys come across me. Yeah. And how that just said, you're like, Lance, we got wipes. And, you know, and the good ones. It's not just and so that just the wipes, the gloves, you know, disinfecting spray, and then also you guys, you know, there's lots of simple things. Razors, okay? So our guests, this is so simple. Like, man, they've asked, they said, do you have those medical razors? And I wondered, you know, what we used to get, you know, we get packs of those razors. So when a surgeon goes to cut
for hair,
they have to shave.
Those
right?
are good ones.
So those are actually really good razors. Yeah. And it really dawned on me because one day one of the guys, you know, he said, can I have a razor? And I handed him, he goes, no, I don't want that one. He goes, I want the medical razor. So we actually were getting specific. So those medical razors that you provide to us that come with that the surgeons use, that they're good, clean, good razors.
We use our name, let's do a 12 lead. We just shave the chest.
Shave the chest. Well, these guys, you know, now they're asking for it.
Which is okay. You know what? It's funny. A lot of people are like, I'm like, no. I know we were like, they should be thankful. Well, not for something that they want and we can get it. Yes. We won't know. Because if we give them something that's cutting the face or burning them, but it's something that they don't ask us, we don't know. And I'm okay with that.
Yep, and that's the and that's true. That's the dignity piece, you know, because what we try to do is just restoring some dignity.
Yes.
Making them feel like you're special.
Why is it okay for us to ask for something?
That's very true. So we, and then, you know, another piece of equipment that you guys have been tremendous on is shower seats. You know,
yes. Yeah.
Right now with our shower trailers, you know, we have one stall that's a handicap accessible. Well, that means we have 5 other stalls that are not handicapped. You know, they're just regular shower stalls. So early on, again, it was one of those things that just, you don't know what to do, how to do this. And you know, you said to me, man, I got shower seats. So just having some really nice quality shower seats, so that way some of our folks, they just have bad hips, bad knees, arthritis, you know, feet problems. And so they're like, you know, do you have a seat that I can sit in the shower? So you guys provide all the showers.
You guys, sometimes for just somebody that's on the street all the time, I just want to sit.
And they do that. They do that. The hard part is, some of them told me, we don't want to come back out. You know, I said, listen, I get it, I get it, but we give everybody 20-minute shower.
That's a long. That's Grace Carol and my daughter showers.
We do, yes. And if you've been in the military, been on the mission field, you know, you've scrubbed out a bucket, you know. Yeah. So 20 minutes.
That's a long time.
But that's on purpose because, and then you know we found that giving everybody 20 minutes so they can enjoy. We're not trying to wash people as quick as we can. That's just really helpful.
And I think also that makes them realize that maybe people are just trying to do numbers.
Yeah.
And I've said this before, it's about relationships. And I guarantee you probably met a lot of people that you probably see a lot of them. And you get to plant that seed, and over time, why are you doing this? And the cool thing about Mission Regan is we give you these supplies because we know that you can use those resources for other things. More shower trailers. You know, your fuel costs alone. You know, it's cool, like you said, you were thanking Pastor Sam for First King to allow you to use their part off your trailers. We have a shipping container there. So it takes everybody coming together to fulfill the common goal of to love his people, love Jesus. Yes. And it's cool that we get to be part of what you're doing.
Yes.
It's your ministry. But it takes all of us to kind of help, and you help us, and we all just come together because we need people to take the supplies. Because if they don't, then we just get like we are now, get overfull. So it's just kind of cool to see. I've been around since you started, and it's cool to see how you're spreading like wildfire, and you're just giving people, I think, the dignity You know, we use the terms I was using with Jennifer earlier. You know, we don't like to say adult undergarments.
Yeah.
We don't say shower. We don't say potty chairs or toilets. We say bedside commodes.
Yeah.
Because we want to treat people with dignity, and because they don't want to say, "I want to wear it. It's an undergarment. Don't worry about it." And so it's just, I think, giving them the dignity that.
And, you know, that's another product that you guys. I mean, I'm not kidding. It's very amazing to me. You save us thousands and thousands of dollars per month, and you already have these relationships with the hospitals, with the medical field. I don't have to do that, and because it's exhausting to build these friendships and relationships, ongoing. Whereas what you guys do for us is you're there for us. And not only that, we talked about the adult diapers. We have some of our guests, they have some urinary issues, they have some issues with just their bodily functions. But, and so just one of those packs of diapers, $45. I mean, you know, anyway, we can talk costs and numbers, but for me, it's sending an email to you guys to say, I need some of these adult diapers. But I'm going to tell you one of the most significant things that you guys did. I was
going to ask, that was my next question.
Okay, well, yeah, and I don't want to interrupt you, but
no, go right ahead.
You know, probably one of the most impactful donations that you guys made. You probably don't even know this. Is that we have folks that show up for a trailer to get a shower. One of these guys, he came and his wheelchair was just a mess. It was broke. The wheel was practically falling off. It's all he had. He was riding sitting there. And we noticed that. He said, you know, I said, are you doing okay? My wheelchair's broke. You know, and I'm like, you know, here's a guy living unfortunately almost on the street. His wheelchair was falling apart. And I said to him, we can fix this. And he kind of looked at me like, okay, yeah, sure, because I'm sure he's been told so many times, broken promises, or I'll help you out, and you never hear back again. And I looked at him, I said, okay, and because of my relationship with you, because of, I shoot a quick email, or I think it was either email or I even called Amy. I said, Amy, I need a wheelchair. Instantly, she said, give me size, dimensions, you know, I guess she said, not only do we have a wheelchair, but she asked me questions about his weight, his height, because now we have a custom wheelchair. Yeah. And I'll tell you what, we gave up, you know, instantly, we got that wheelchair, we got it back to him. And he just started crying, he started just getting upset, and I just sit here and I'm telling you, out of every glove, out of every wipe for him for sanitizing, that one guy got a new. I mean, it was practical. I mean, to me, it looked brand new. And you know, while that happened, that was so quick because I didn't have to say, all right, I'm going to do my best. We'll see what we can do. I hope I can find a wheelchair. I'll find a relationship. We'll get you that wheelchair. That's really where it came down to. Is we were able to turn that around so fast. He just was like, couldn't believe it. And that's why you guys being around is so important. And it's not about us.
It's about it's all of us together.
It is all of us together.
Because if you hadn't done that, you would have never met that guy.
It would never have met him. But yet, in my mind, when I saw his wheelchair, I saw it broke down. We had an instant solution. Yeah. We did. And I wasn't trying to scramble and say, how am I going to do this? I don't know anybody with wheelchairs. I don't know what to do. I knew one organization, and it was Mission Regan. And I get a hold of Mission Regan, and this guy got a new. Not only that, like I said, it was customized for. It wasn't something that, you know, it wasn't like a kid's chair. It was kid's chair.
That's how we started in the beginning. But
he was so overwhelmed. He almost didn't know what to say. And I just said, we just love you and care for you. And I said, this is a partnership. This is a relationship that had already been in place. So when we needed you guys,
we knew that you were going to do it. Yeah.
I need you guys around. I can't do this alone.
And we can't.
And you know, gloves, disinfectant wipes, a wheelchair.
I'm sure you'll be taking some gloves on your way out.
You know? Yeah, well, we got to get through Amy first, though.
Yeah.
Listen,
she's a bull.
She's great. I love Amy. You know, and
we need Amy so desperately
because I get it. You know, she's wonderful, and and we've just really had a great relationship with her, and she's just.
She got rules. You gotta follow the rules.
Yes, and I'm good with that, and I'm good with the system, and it was good.
I got used to it.
But yes, and having but honestly, she turns the things around so fast.
She does.
It's not like you put an order like we'll put an order in. We need gloves.
She's very fast.
We need yes, and it's not like we'll get back to you in 60, 70 business days.
No. Maybe
I get an email back
that
day.
Yeah.
Amy, we tell Amy on a normal basis, if we could, we'd send her to Hawaii every other month because she surely deserves it.
Amy works. God has blessed us with Amy Samuel. And
So much.
The Samuels as a family, but Amy has turned this place around. But
anyway, yeah. So it just
is there anything else that you want to share, like just that we haven't got to talk
yeah,
to?
no, I'm just again. I just wanted to show my sincere. I don't want to make it about us. I don't.
Well, it's about all of us.
Because I'll be honest with you, you have a beautiful warehouse, you have a beautiful staff, you have a beautiful team, and we are an extension of Mission Regan. I mean, you know what I mean. We are out there, and I know that if something comes across that we need, you guys will do that for us. And so thank you, and thank you for, and also it was an accident that we met day one, in this, not only in the nonprofit world, but in God's world. I think that's what meant the most to me was it wasn't like, hey, we can get you the stuff. Yeah, but no, I want to be your friend because we got to stick together. There's a lot of hurting people. And you guys are worldwide. I mean, and you see this worldwide, and I'm just kind of local, but you're helping me care and love for the people that are local. And we're local missionaries, and you guys are supplying a local missionary. So thank you. Thank you. Love you, man. I love you.
Lance Alinsky, Street Side Shower. So if you want to reach out to him, Lance is the man. We'll be back here in about 13 minutes with G.G. Smith. So we'll see you in a little bit.
What happens by 3 o'clock?
Oh, yeah, 3 o'clock. $3,000, $4,000.
$4,000.
We raise $4,000. We'll get an additional $1,000. So please
make it 5.
Make it 5,000.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys. cold air in, and that thing
It
is.
would suck it in here.
Oh, hey there. Welcome back. Thank y'all for joining us again. Real quick, we made our goal of 4,000, so we got the 1,000 match. So thank y'all very much for all that y'all did that.
We're a fifth of the way there.
Fifth of the way, so keep it coming. Thank you very much. So, I said this on everybody, don't I?
Yes.
So don't tell everybody I'm telling you, you're my favorite. This is one of my favorite. No, this is something I'm serious. If you've seen some of our past videos, Miss Gigi Smith has done some of the interviews for us in the past, and we're excited to have her. She's done a couple of medical mission trips. Medical? Or just missions?
They
Medical, both?
they go big or go home.
They don't play
That's
around.
right, no.
This group does not play around. And so we love, okay, so we have a lot of partners, but we really love our medical mission partners. And we love to hear the stories about where they're going. I get jealous because I want to go all over it.
Yeah, for sure.
You've been to one in particular that I really, really want to go to, and that's Gulu. Because, our son is from Kampala, which is right down the road. And I have a heart for Gulu in northern Uganda and southern Sudan. And so I'm a little jealous of that one. A little jealous.
Okay.
So when you go back, I will be going. If you go back.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
ladies and gentlemen, Gigi Smith, I'm going to let you introduce yourself again and just kind of who you are, what you do, and how you heard about it.
Well, thank you.
Sure.
So, thank you guys so much for having me here today. My name is Gigi Smith. I'm Director of Physician Provider Relations with Medical City McKinney. And the very first time that I was asked to be a part of a mission trip, of course, what are the needs? And so I met with the physicians and we met with the ministry that was there in the Congo, and pretty much assessed the needs of the people and just figured out what they needed. And so I kind of asked if people at the hospitals if we had any supplies, and it was really striking out everywhere I was going.
Right.
Until I met with the VP of marketing, and I just happened to run into her and let her know what was happening, and I needed some supplies, and I didn't know where to go, and she just happened to mention Mission Regan.
Right.
Dr. Armstrong, one of our ER physicians, is affiliated with you guys, and so
A little more affiliated.
yeah.
You've been there a little bit.
And so I came in, and I came into the warehouse, and I felt like a kid in a candy store.
Yeah.
It was
That was our
amazing.
old warehouse.
The old one, yes.
Yeah, the 2,000 square foot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, so you guys supplied 3 of our trips.
When you say kidney cancer, I feel like that every day when we go through the hodgepodge of supplies. It's like, where's this going? I'm overwhelmed. I think a lot of people say the word they had no idea what to expect, and then when they get here, they're like, what?
Yeah.
How did
for
you
real.
get your hands on that?
Exactly.
And I'll take it.
Yes.
So
absolutely.
you've been to 3 places. You said you've gone to. Well, who are you with, though? You said
I
Elevate?
went through Elevate Live.
Okay.
We went to the Congo, the Amazon, and then
I've been to the Congo.
So-
Congo.
The Crimpins were in. They were our second interview,
Project.
and they do the box project. And some of the supplies that you guys took to the Amazon
Project.
had a picture from their box project in it.
Oh, you're kidding
No,
me.
so when they opened up, there's a kid, coloring book of Jesus or whatever it was
Mhm.
that they colored. It was inside their box.
No way.
Yeah. So that's our box project people.
And it was there recently?
The one, which one was it?
No,
Strip?
it was long time.
Yeah. Which
long
one
time
which
ago.
trip was it?
I can't.
Yeah, one of your mission trips that you took. So
Oh
they've been
my
with us for years
gosh.
doing it.
Yeah, yeah.
So that one of the first pictures where we were here talking was we went down the Amazon. We went down the Amazon and they went into, way out.
Yeah.
And that picture pulled it up.
Wow.
So it was probably,
super cool.
yeah.
It was a long time ago.
And then the Congo. I've been to the Congo, and that was a fun,
Yeah, it's
interesting trip.
Yeah, for sure.
So, how have we partnered with you? Like, what are some of the things that I guess that we were able to give that you probably wouldn't have been able to give?
Gosh, the list is endless.
Yeah,
I mean,
main things that stick out, like maybe that most people wouldn't know.
and this one isn't really related to the mission trip, but the thing that really was super impactful, and this was when I was a nurse navigator at Medical City, was I had a patient young guy, newly diagnosed cancer, stage 4, not long, and he was in a lot of pain, and he
Remember him?
a hospital bed. And I walked in and I thought, okay, I know you guys are not going to be able to do this, but I need a hospital bed. And then Courtney calls me up, within a day or so. Guess what? We've got a hospital bed for you. I said, there's no way.
It's funny how things always just show up the day before, right after we.
Oh yeah, I mean it's crazy. So yeah, you guys delivered. You guys always seem to deliver.
It's not us. We just get to be the middleman. But yeah.
For sure.
I say this. It's probably getting repetitive. People are probably tired of hearing it. But without you guys, we can't do what we're doing. We're blessed to be able to bless through you guys. And it's just it takes everybody.
For sure.
It's like a wheel. It's like a wheel.
Yeah.
You've got to have all those different spokes. And without, like I said, the Boss Project, the parents, with their money, they will, it all comes together with financial support and the mission trips. Man, we're big into international, we're big into local. I love medical mission with my heart. Because I wasn't even going to do that when I first started. When I was going to Zambia, there's no way I was going to go to Zambia. No way. I was going to be on the playground. The guy bugged me for 3. Shane McBride, if you're listening, thank you. But he bugged me because I thought he was going to Zambia. No. And I didn't sleep there. I didn't see Zambia. We're building a clinic in Zambia. And I have a heart for the medical missions because the things that we take, they will never probably price. For sure. And I'm not talking bad about any of the nonprofits, which got a lot of these successes, which are great. So when I say that, but the medical missions is a totally different ballgame because you are literally putting their lives in your hands. And when we study gospel, we don't do any of that stuff first. We heal them physically, and them up and just show them somebody cares. And I think that's important first. Is why are you doing this first? Why not?
Right.
Yeah. So I think that is big. But so what is it next on your plans for mission trips? I know this is. See, we didn't get to go to Zambia this year, which broke my heart.
Yeah.
So what's next on the horizon for you guys?
I am working with a friend of mine that I met through the mission trip, and so she has been partnering with several of the physicians, Dr. Eugene, Dr. Bean, and then so her name is Betsy Dawson. So they've got something where they go to Argentina often, or where they were going quarterly. COVID, everything's changed.
Yeah.
So we're just kind of on pause for now until
I think everybody is.
figure that out. But it's been a long time since I've been on a mission trip, and man, I feel
So is it just medical staff that go with you guys? Do y'all have some not?
We have a lot of non-medical.
Half of ours are not.
Yeah, a lot of non-medical, and we just kind of teach them as we go.
Yeah. How do they get if they want to get more information on y'all on these? Where do they go? Their website or is there anything?
There is. I'm not sure what the website is. I can get that for you.
No worries. We'll plug that for you later.
Yeah.
Because ours is specific to a certain. We only go twice. Well, we've gone once a year, but we're gonna start. Once our clinic hopefully will be built early next year.
Maybe Gigi should come with us.
I'm definitely reading my mind.
So we'll be leading a trip in probably February and then July, and maybe one of those we can make family oriented a little bit more. So we're working on that. No.
Hush.
Because she's worried about taking our families. You don't want to do that.
No. Something that I do want to mention that I love about our partnership with Gigi is Gigi's heart looks a lot like ours. When we work with her, it kind of feels like looking in the mirror because she has such an incredible heart for healing people's physical bodies, but really her heart is that she just loves people so much and she wants them to know Jesus too. And so it's just super cool to get to see someone who is in that professional world getting to do that too. And everyone who knows you knows that you're great at that. And I love the fact that we have the opportunities we have to partner local. Because working in oncology,
right.
You saw a lot of people coming through there that had need, right?
For sure.
And so I just thought that was neat. Like, how many countries have benefited from our relationship with medical supplies? Ours, the Congo, we're going on 4 now.
Right.
It's cool.
Yeah. What would you say to people that are considering partnering with us? With your experience partnering with us, easy. What's the process?
Super easy. I think I took advantage of Courtney most closely because I just call her or text her, I need this, this, and this. And she'll be like, yeah, sure, I got it.
So now we have new protocols. We got to go through Amy.
Go through Amy
Amy,
now.
which I'll tell you what, because we forget we're human and we're like, but Amy is very good. She gets, and it's not like, I think Lance said it earlier, it's not like 4 or 5 business days. Right? Amy will get back to you and she knows the question. Right. Like if you ask for a wheelchair, she wants to make sure that we get the specific information on the patient so we don't give them a small one if they need a large one. And Amy's very good about that. Better than I am because I guess Corey says I can't multitask.
Well, things I don't think about too, right?
Yes.
You
Maybe
ask.
yes.
Yeah, you ask specific.
And that's why we want to go through these processes, just because there's accountability too, but also because we want it to be the same every time, so we're making sure we're not missing something.
Right.
But I think it's an easy process, and if we have it, it's yours. And I think the one thing too is we just don't care what you make, who you are, where you came from, any of that stuff. We don't care. But I love the medical mission. It's my heart. And I can't wait till the day that one of my kids takes this from me so I can do more of those. Yeah. So open up more of these around the world.
Absolutely.
More of the clinics and stuff because I need. So
there's a huge need.
There is. Is there anything you want to share that we didn't get to talk about or anything like that?
I think just really understanding the value behind what you guys are doing. It's you guys have touched so many people in so many different countries and continue to work so tirelessly. I mean, I'm amazed by the amount of energy that both of you guys have. And how God works through you guys. It's just incredible to see that. Every mission trip that we've taken, there's been things that I've picked through the warehouse and I'm like, I don't know why, but this is mine. I need to take it. There's a reason for it.
Yeah.
And sure enough, as soon as I get there, it's either the first day or the last day. But it's a big aha moment thinking, man, Courtney, you were here. I can't wait to get home and tell her. I think I even messaged you a couple of times and just in tears because, she was here. I would say there's a need. There's a reason why you need to take this.
Absolutely.
And so just knowing that you guys are so led by the Holy Spirit like that, you just know. And so working with you guys has been such a breeze and so awesome. And just it's been such an honor to be working with you here today, helping to raise funds. So please, I've sent this out to many friends. I hope you guys send donations over to them.
Any amount will help.
Anything.
Because we do a lot of local. Those small amounts help us with our fuel to get stuff to our local people.
Like taking big beds.
Electric wheelchairs with our big box truck. And that's the other thing is fuel costs. So, I can give you $25 right now. Thank you, Jesus, for that. Because that's a trip load to somebody for a hospital bed or electric wheelchair or something like that. Life change. Absolutely. So, awesome. Gigi Smith, love you. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
And we will share the website. Maybe we come up later, but we'll share that so they can stay in touch. And she will be with us in Zambia. Y'all heard her say it. 2021.
Yes,
All right.
Awesome.
Thank you, guys. We'll see you back in 17 minutes. There's another one of my favorites.
Oh, that's weird. That's weird.
Carla Beard.
Oh, yeah, that's another one.
She told you. All right, guys. See y'all soon. Thank you.
Ooh.
All right, welcome back. Hey, thank y'all for joining us again. If you've been joining us all day, thank you. A little update on our fundraising goal. We made, like I said before, we did make our goal of the 4,000 to get 5. The anonymous donor has just let us know. Just let us know. No.
Yep.
No?
He's notified us.
Notified us. Thank you. Long day. That if we reach 9,000, he will donate another 1,000 for a total of 10 grand. We are now $2,630 short from that. So if we can raise another $2,630 in the next, by what time?
4:30.
By 4:30. So 2 hours. If we can raise $2,630, we will get another 1,000 for a total of $10,000. So thank you guys very much.
Mm-hmm.
So again, this one is like my all-time favorite people. So Carla Beard has been, man, she has been part of the Zambia trip for, geez, how many years?
7 years.
4 trips over 7 years, which we've been going for 9. So Carla is I'm going to give a little bit of information on you. So Carla is infectious disease, nurse practitioner infectious disease, which is huge in the third world country. Also here. So it's funny when everybody has questions or we have questions.
Funny you should mention that.
We talk to Carla. We ask Carla, I may get the right answer, but Courtney wants to talk to Carla. I don't blame her.
We do happen to text Carla
quite a
often
bit.
pictures of Owen's rashes.
Things like that, yeah.
Y'all are not the only ones who
I had a feeling.
Yeah.
I had a feeling.
It's fun. So our clinic has gotten our medical clinic started out with 10 people, 2 providers. It's gotten so big now that having somebody that you can rely on in that medical clinic over the providers is a huge blessing for the ministry and for the trip, because then I can focus on other things and we don't have to worry about that. And we don't have to look on the internet or whatever. Because if it's a rash, she knows what it is. If it's a ringworm or something like that, or if it's diarrhea, whatever, she knows what it is. And I'm here to tell you that she's got a heart of gold. She loves people. She loves to serve the Lord. She just loves people. And she is not afraid to touch a rash. She's not afraid to get in that nitty gritty. She ain't scared. But I'm going to let her introduce herself a little bit better than what I did, kind of what she does, her background, and we'll go from there. But my favorite Carla.
Thank you. So
Thank you for being here.
happy to anything for you guys, you know that, right?
Yeah.
Yes, it's been on the table for y'all
A long time.
So cool, awesome. I've been a registered nurse for 28 years.
Okay.
NP for 14 of those years. Infectious disease for 12 of those years. Still practice here in Dallas with an IB group. Also partner in a transitional house calls company.
Okay.
Based in East Texas, also serving Dallas. Hello, Mid-South people, if y'all are watching. And got involved. I don't know if I've ever even told you my story. I was looking for a mission trip for a long time. Had been, when I went back to grad school, in 04, I thought, okay, this will help me prepare. I want to go somewhere someday.
Right.
And then finished that, and then got my first IB job, and that was one of the things that prompted me to go do that. God had been working on me for a long time to kind of plant these seeds and these ideas that, that'd be good to know. I could take that somewhere.
Right.
Somewhere. And so did that. I was actively praying and looking for a medical mission trip that I was supposed to go on for 8 years before I heard about your trip.
Yeah.
And Mike and I were sitting in church, First Baptist Church in Kenny, and it was the missions, week, whatever, and the myriad of trips that we'd all get to go on, and they mentioned Mission Regan, medical mission Zambia. I looked at Mike and I was like, oh, this is the one. And he said, okay, let's just go to that first meeting, and the rest is history.
The rest is history.
Yeah, went to the fireside room, and you were talking about it, and I was just like,
Oh yes, yes. We were just given all the details about this is kind of what it might be, and this is, you know.
Because in Africa, TIA.
This is it.
Yeah.
So that's it.
I'll tell you what. The cool thing about Carla is, you know, we see some bad things over there. We've seen some unfortunate things.
Oh, it's
And the cool thing is, you know, to have more people that have experienced like I've experienced, but also to have somebody professional like you as well. There's keep calm, give people answers of, hey, let's just look into this, and just and it gives the providers and I think the patients too just a sense of calm. And we need this it's like the mama bear kind of deal. You know, and which I think is nothing like older anything for me, but I just think that you are one of the biggest assets to. I mean, they're all assets. Everybody goes on this trip, but I think your presence there is a huge blessing, not to me as well, but to the whole team, because we know that hey, we've got somebody here, and if not, she knows how to find out. So that's the thing is, you're the one that admits it. Hey, I don't know this. Well, let me find out, and that's huge. And so to go back into that a little farther though, and so from y'all know is we are building that clinic in Zambia. Carla is going to be for now, our medical director on the United States side to work with the medical director in Zambia. Carla is helping us get the clinic all set up with all the right equipment, make sure we're getting the laws followed, all of that stuff. You want to kind of go into that kind of process that's going to be, or any details about that?
Yeah, we're kind of in the thick of it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, COVID's kind of thrown a curveball at us as of late, but you know, it's all in God's plan, I believe. But you approached me, I guess, a couple of years ago about it. We've been working on that for a long time. And said, Ashley, yes, I'd love to. I'd help set up and run clinics, you know, here in the States. It's a little different in Africa, but accessing those laws and just making sure that that the building is built the way we need it to be to meet our needs and to provide the services that are needed is kind of what I'm focusing on, and how to find those resources, how to get the lab machines, how do we get the inspections, how do we set up all that to
which is a chore in itself.
To make it work.
It's a chore in itself. Yeah. It's kind of focused here in the States. I'm not familiar if you've done anything locally, you know, together or not, but what impact have you seen in Mission Regan locally? Have anything stick out?
Yes. You've helped me with patients and people that
it's been a while.
It's been a minute.
Yeah.
That I've tried to help here locally.
Good.
And so
I can't remember everybody. I tried.
I don't know how to do it. And that's the fun. That's what's so cool is there's just so many people that get helped.
Yeah.
You know, I call you on Saturday and I'm asking for the most random thing in the entire world that can't be found anywhere. And guess what? Miraculous. Oh yeah, I've got 4 of them.
2 days ago.
Exactly.
Gotta get right.
That stuff happens all the time.
Yeah.
And that's just God working.
It is.
And that is all that is. And I know it's just, you know, I'm thinking about, let me call Josh. And I'm thinking, Lord, I can't wait to see how you're going to make this work out. Because
we've been there.
It's awesome.
We don't say it anymore. Amy will come up to us and she's like, just wait for it. Or I'll hear her on the phone and she'll tell the person on the phone, but listen, it's weird, but things just show up. So don't be surprised. And she'll send Courtney and I a text or an email. Guess what just happened? Guess what just showed up? I mean, story after story after story.
But you know what that is? And that's just you guys having your fingers on the pulse of the will of God with this organization. And so if anybody has any question about, should I get some money? Should I get some time? Should I volunteer? Should I get some hours? Only if you want the Lord to direct what takes place and to direct where that money goes. That is the only reason that you should do it. Because I've seen I've been a lot of places, seen a lot of things. Like I said, I looked for 8 years for a trip. And I've never, ever seen an organization just like this. Run like this and following God like this. Which is
I didn't know I'd need so many tissues today.
She's crying again.
Every single one. It's okay.
It's
That's just the greatest compliment you could ever give us.
You know, and that does mean a lot because we want people to know that we are good stewards of His money because it's glorifying Him. And we want people to know that, you know, we appreciate, because especially right now, there's the market it's so saturated with nonprofits right now, and for people
There's lots of great causes.
there are absolutely, and for people to choose us,
Yeah.
it means a lot to us, and I don't take that lightly.
Sure.
I take great pride in it, and I want people to realize I'm going to take your money, and I'm going to love and give people what they need, because you've entrusted us with that. He's entrusted me with that, and I won't stay away from that. So that means a lot for you to say that to us, and I can't wait till we get to do this again. The next time our open house is going to be live from across the pond. We're going to be sitting in our clinic live streaming.
Under the mango tree.
Oh man, I don't know if they have the bandwidth that we need.
We will need it, and we're going
We
to
gotta
have
make that work.
we're going to have
I'm praying
translators.
now.
Yeah. We're going to have translators, and you're going to be part of it. So Carla's going to be making many trips with us over the next few years over there to make sure, because these next few years in Zambia, getting this whole thing set up. Our missionaries, by the way, the Taylors, they're in Colorado. They should be back today or tomorrow. These next few years are going to be setting the footprint of what happens for the rest of the time in Zambia.
Sure.
And so this is the important time. So I ask y'all to pray for Carla, the committee, the Taylors, us, the people in Zambia, the lawyers, the government, that it just all comes together, because, like Jim Larkin said, there's out of 52 weeks a year, they get health care once a week, or once a year, 1 week a year.
Which is so, as a provider, it's so inadequate.
Oh, it's horrible.
And,
Yeah.
and go and we do it.
We love them, though.
Because
We love the
it's something, but it's just not enough. But the clinic really
Save lives.
It will be.
Yeah, it will
And
save lives.
So that's how we just goes down.
And they become our family.
Yes.
They are our family. We weep for them.
I'd love to get to go see my friends.
Yeah.
When we get over there.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
So if you want to donate specifically to the clinic, you can do it the same way. Just let us know you want funds to go to the clinic, because we've got to raise funds to build that too. So we're hoping to have that up by March of next year is our goal, to have that at least built. So that's our goal. Ish. So is there anything else that you want to share with the awesome people that are viewing live on stream? On stream live?
Like that.
You're getting delirious.
Yeah, I'll go on TV.
I know. My blood sugar is getting low.
Can you do something? I don't know. I kind of already said it.
Okay.
You guys know me. I tend to like to stay behind the scenes and work on the stuff back there.
Yeah.
But
Awesome. Well,
I told you my yes is on the table for you guys.
Always has
I
been.
love you. And if anybody's got and if they have a question about mission trips, about the clinic, about what Mission Regan is doing, there's all kinds of ways to contact people.
Oh, absolutely.
Reach out to me on Facebook, private message me. I love to talk about Africa. It's fun.
Mhm.
I get started, and it's we might as well go to lunch.
Yep.
It's going to be a while,
Yep.
and so.
And y'all heard
just
her.
reach out.
Y'all heard her say she's committed forever, pretty much. What she
I
said.
told you, yes, it's on the table.
Yes.
Whatever that means.
Awesome. Hey, remember, guys,
Um,
our goal 2630 by 4:30.
Yep.
Another 1,000. Carla, Beard, thank you so much for your heart. We love you for loving his people.
My brother and sister.
Awesome. Hey, coming up in 17 minutes, Amanda Childers with International Partner Grace for Impact.
International.
That's what I said. Our international partner, Grace for Impact,
Yes.
Amanda Childers. My blood sugar is getting low.
Go get a hot dog.
Getting a hot
Let's
dog.
go get on.
Bye.
Come on.
Go.
All right. Welcome back. We had a little bit of a break right there. It was kind of nice because I'm only getting like 15 minutes, so it's good. We've been doing some local partners, but now we are going to shift back to our international, which brings us to Amanda Childers with Grace for Impact. We met, man, how long ago? 2 years? 2 years ago. And man, I fell in love with ministry. We have things in common, but we just fell in love with ministry, fell in love with your heart. So if you want to, just go and kind of introduce yourself and what you do and your ministry and kind of talk about that.
Sure. So my name is Amanda Childers. I'm the CEO of Grace for Impact. We're a 501c3 nonprofit international development organization. Our work spans 4 continents now, and thanks to organizations like yourself, we're adding more and more countries each year.
How do we partner with you guys? So kind of let everybody know what we do together, what to help you further your ministry.
Sure. So Mission Regan fills a critical gap for organizations like Grace for Impact, because we're not alone in this. Grace for Impact is one of many organizations who does the kind of work that we do, especially overseas, the international relief and assistance, the medical care that we provide. And one of our biggest struggles, as you know, Josh, is having the supplies and materials and medications that we need. The demand is always greater than the supply.
Absolutely.
Every time. And,
I don't think they'll ever ship. I'm afraid. I'm worried about it. I hope and pray, but
you know, even if we're able to move the needle just a bit,
I'll take it.
Yeah, amen. And so Mission Regan fills that gap for us and alleviates some of the pressure and the burden on our organizations. We have the medical professionals, the surgeons, the doctors, the ophthalmologists, the nurses. We have a full team of folks, but if you don't have the supplies that you need, then they're not empowered and they don't have the tools they need to do their best work on the ground. And for us, at the end of the day, it's all about human impact.
Absolutely.
And so the impact that we're able to have, we're able to reach more people and serve in a broader capacity and have that impact that every organization is looking to. I mean, we're changing lives. We're saving lives.
Absolutely.
And so Mission Regan fills that gap and helps us go farther and do more.
Well, without you guys, it's kind of we have to work together because we don't have anybody out there doing the actual footwork, and we don't have anybody to give to. So it's like you have to have those partners. You have to work together. You got a lot of these organizations that, well, we just want to do it on our own. Well, I mean, unless I just don't see how they do it. And it's just, I just think we work great together because we both have the passion to help people. We do things that are sometimes non-medical, but my heart's medical. And I love it because you heal them first physically, and then you can and that just opens the door. And it's about relationships with us, building those relationships. Are there any stories that stick out with you about things that maybe a certain item that has been given, or a story about something that's been given that maybe impacted, maybe you saw something that was impacted with something? Is there anything like that?
Yeah, sure. If you don't mind, though, I'd like to back up about your team and the passion that your team has.
Absolutely.
I have to say, Josh, we work with a lot of organizations. You can't do the work we do alone.
Absolutely.
But what I can say about Mission Regan is from day one, from meeting you and Courtney and Brent here at Mission Regan, it was much easier than I expected to partner with you all.
Good.
There wasn't a lot of bureaucracy and a lot of administration. There wasn't an overhead fee that we had to pay. There wasn't any discussions of the nuances of finances or any type of arrangement that we would have. It was, what do you need and how can you help? And for me, from day one, having that experience with you all has just really sort of set the tone for everything that came after that. Your team, I really got to witness who you are as an organization the day that we were filling up a box truck, 28-foot box truck. It was super hot. No one complained. The team was just running. They were professionals, and you would have thought they worked in the Amazon warehouse. They were on top of things and moving boxes and getting sophisticated equipment.
We're good volunteers.
wow, this is really, as the CEO of an organization, this is what you dream of.
Absolutely.
And to think that these folks are all volunteers is even more incredible.
Yeah.
So our heart is near and dear to you all and the work that you do, and we couldn't do what we do.
And that's something that we're big on is we want to fill that void so that you can spend those other resources in other places. Because a lot of this stuff, if you had to buy it, you almost wouldn't be able to. I mean, first of all, you sometimes this stuff you have to be a provider, and then if you could just buy it, it's astronomical. And literally, when I say we have Band-Aids to heart valves, everything in between, I remember one time, it was probably our second year, we were running out of space, and I threw a surge for something away. And we never needed it. And probably 2 months later, a doctor came from Africa,
Ask for it.
and it broke, and he was heartbroken. It broke my heart. And I said I would never do that again, unless it's open to trash. And because I know that now we're going to meet people like you, or Dr. Benet, people like that. Just you're going to find the people that need it, and God just puts us in people in our past. It's like y'all find us. We put our word out, but somebody knows somebody that knows somebody, and just to hear the stories of things that we just want to be in the background. And like y'all already got your feet in the ground, so we don't need to redevelop that. We don't need to reinvent it. Just come alongside you all, give you what you need, so then take that burden off you guys, so you can use that money and those resources other places. And that's what it is. You've got to work together and love on the least of these. When we first started, we were strictly, I don't say strictly international, but it was mostly international. We've made the shift where we do a lot of, especially right now, but we know that the need, when it starts to open back up, it's going to be astronomical overseas. And thank God we've got this warehouse.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
This is amazing.
It's cool out there too, isn't it? We can ship containers something. We will be shipping containers first. We won't be filling up box shirts anymore. I mean, we can't, we have to, but we have the opportunity now with our forklift that we were given to load shipping containers. And
that makes things so much easier and more efficient.
For y'all.
For us.
So you got to take it back, unload it, and then load it again. So now we can literally shrink wrap everything, inventory manifest it, and ship it straight from here. That just helps everybody. And so I think more helps us better too, but also helps our partners. And if we're not doing our partners any good by making them work harder, are we really helping them? You know what I mean?
I have to say, so 2018, 2019, Grace for Impact served more beneficiaries than ever, over 80,000 beneficiaries.
Awesome.
And we started our partnership with Mission Regan with a couple of suitcases going to Tanzania. And from there, actually, the wound kits that you provided, we divvied those up in country. And we were so far up country that we started, people talk about the last mile. Yeah. This was literally the last mile.
Yeah.
And we started with a 4-lane highway, and then a 2-lane, and then a dirt path, and then no path. I mean, that's how remote this village was when we were working in the medical clinic. And they divvied that up unselfishly and sent it out to 30 other community health centers. They were wound care kits.
Wow.
And Dr. Armstrong, he said, well, you don't have enough of those. And we were loading up here at Mission Regan. So I don't know, let's go ahead and top off this suitcase. And I thought about him saying that as we were there. I thought, gosh, if Brett were here seeing this, he would be so thrilled.
Yeah.
But,
because you said that you had enough, or he said you had enough, and you wanted more.
Well, he thought maybe that was enough.
You never enough for you. Yep. We've been there before too. Yeah.
And so just the impact that we're having with something so simple as a wound kit. And so we started with suitcases in Tanzania, and then we upgraded. We did a air freight pallet to Ghana.
That was the one that we got from here to New York, correct?
We didn't go through New York.
Where did you go through? Houston, that's right. Okay.
And then there in Ghana, we were able to serve something like 20,000 people.
Awesome.
And we were just unloading, and everything that I touched at least was coming out of Mission Regan. So
isn't that cool?
Amazing.
Yeah, that is so cool. And hopefully now with our new partnership, Delta or Caring Crew, you know them, the Delta. So they were in here earlier today. They flew in and they flew back. They did an interview.
But I wasn't finished. So we went from suitcases to air freight, and now we're on containers. So our last
Yeah.
shipment is Nigeria, and that's an actual 40-foot container.
Nice.
Not only the supplies and equipment, but the durable medical.
The wheelchair.
Yes.
So where is that now? That's already there? They already made it. When did that make it there?
Would have been
Before.
this year or late last week.
It was one of our last ones to go out before
I didn't
COVID.
know if it got hit or if it got
No, it
delayed
was
or anything.
before COVID.
Awesome. So that's a big deal.
It is. So just to show the progression of the
Yeah.
So we went from suitcase to that.
Exactly.
Well, hopefully now, especially just parents with the smaller stuff, that they can continue to go for you. You know, if you can't go, they can fly it over there, which is a huge partnership. But I love the container part, how big. Because we're wondering, our clinic is building. We're building our clinic in Zambia, and we're shipping a container every year. But our goal is to do. We like to do 2 to 3 a year. So we love, because especially you already know how to do all that stuff. Well, for the most part.
Yeah.
So now just use our warehouse. Or you can put the container here, and we work together.
When I saw the dock door, I was like, hallelujah.
Yes.
So
many people don't understand how
when we were
that's a
lifting,
big deal.
Somebody
Because
goes,
we have to get a storage unit.
then you got to lift it back
From
up.
here, the box truck to the
Unload
storage
it.
unit, and then reload everything. It was all
Mhm.
nice and it
Yeah.
was painful to unpack the
Oh,
box truck.
we know.
So this is a
Yeah.
huge blessing.
One of the guys goes, I don't know if you need a loading dock or not. I'm like, it's a must. It's a no. If we don't have anything, we've got to have a loading dock.
Good call.
So we're excited. So our permanent one will have 2 loading docks. So is there anything else that you want to share that maybe we didn't touch on, or you want to share a little bit about your ministry or how people can get involved, or just you plug your idea if you want.
Yeah, sure. So Grace, we are an international development organization. We love volunteers. We are a volunteer-powered organization. We can't do what we do without the folks who serve with us. If you want to get involved, check us out online, graceforimpact.org, or you can shoot us an email, info@graceforimpact.org. But I'd also like to encourage everyone to check out Mission Regan, see what they're about, not just Grace for Impact, but dozens of organizations, or I don't know how many you're at now, couldn't do the work that we do without them. So we've got this beautiful new facility. You should come by, check it out.
Come on.
If you're a medical professional, see how you can get involved or get donations from your institution or hospital. We stretch every piece of supplies and medication and every dollar as far as we possibly can. So check us out.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so please remember, we got that goal of $9,000 by 4:30, and then we'll get another $1,000 match. So please consider that. We've been doing very well.
Hopefully, we'll figure out between now and the next interview how to not make the screen be shrunk.
Yes. Brent Armstrong, our medical director, will be with us at 4 o'clock.
Yep.
So stay tuned for that. That'll be a hoot. Brent's been here since the beginning, so we'll have a good time. So thank you so much for your time. I know this is a long drive. So check her out, Amanda, for Grace for Impact. Awesome.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
And we're live. And we're not live. Oh, we're going rogue.
Good, good. All
Okay.
right, ready? Hey.
You're good.
All right, hey guys, welcome back. Thank you guys for staying tuned in. I am here with Dr. Brent Armstrong. Dr. Brent Armstrong is the medical director for Mission Regan. He has been here from the very get-go. So, quick story how that got going is while we were adopting our son, we came up with this concoction idea. And I was driving down the road. I remember the window was down. And I said, "Hey, Brent, what do you think about this idea?" And I'm quoting this, because usually I don't remember quotes, right? He said, "What if you see a squirrel like 6 months down the road and you kind of veer off?" Uh-huh. And I said, "Well, Corey thinks it's a good idea." Right. And your next words were, I'm in. Okay. Yeah. Pretty much it.
I kind of like to think of myself more as the godfather of Mission Regan. Before like the origin story,
Mm-hmm.
you have all these characters, these superheroes have their origin story, and that kind of godfather is the prequel kind of thing. I would call that.
So Brent is the main guy that's in the warehouse that's working with the volunteers. getting things sorted, what goes where, what we keep, what we don't keep, really getting everything dialed in. So when you come into our warehouse and you see a section, Brent has focused for weeks on that section, where it goes, how it organizes, kind of go through the process of when things come in, what do you do with them? But actually first, talk about the decision to actually become, you said you were in, but really the stepping in full time to do this. Because it's a full time deal.
Yeah, so it's evolved. I mean, I think everybody that knows Mission Regan knows that this is a mom and pop deal, and as much as we think we're going to ever move out of that, I've kind of gone back to thinking maybe mom and pop is where we belong to a degree. But in the beginning, it was just a garage, and there wasn't anything to keep track of. And then in the first warehouse we had, we thought we were going to do some barcodes, and then it just, we didn't really understand. And it really took the third or fourth warehouse before we started to get a rhythm of supplies come in, we organize them into a way that makes it not like you're going to shop at Sam's, but closer to that. It's not a place where people are going to come through with shopping carts, but especially with our big international things, distribution, people need to be able to see what it is, and we can quickly say, we got the IV start kits, we have the sutures, whatever that is. And slowly, I mean, every month or two, there's this little bit more clarity on what do we keep, what do we not keep. Because there's a lot of stuff that we can't keep because it's too modern, and you have to have a certain machine at the other end of the world, and you can't send that. It's a big waste. I've heard it said many times from other groups that really don't want to send junk for Jesus. If we say we sent, like last year, $2.1 million in medical supplies locally around the world, but if a lot of that, they look at it and they just go, well, we don't know what to do with that. So getting the stuff that can be useful anywhere and matching it like a low-level clinic to a medium level or to a hospital. Some of the hospitals that we have partnerships with, they do laparoscopic surgery. So once we start to develop this rhythm of conversation, especially the second and the third time that we give stuff to recipients, then you start to understand, okay, these are the guys that can take the fancy stuff versus this is a recipient that it's more gauze and band-aids.
Right.
And every...
Which we need them all.
Every distribution is important. Yeah. It's not about how many dollars or pounds are all our suitcases, although that jazzes my brain, my spreadsheet brain gets excited kind of putting all that together.
Excel.
Yeah. But in the end, there's, this global deal, and we're just trying to have God's light shine all over that. And yeah, so it's been a crazy process, especially now. Yeah. With this ridiculous 8,000 square foot warehouse.
We went from a garage to a 10 by 12-ish.
Yeah.
We have pictures of that we're all getting. Remember that?
Yeah.
And then we went to a 500 square foot with no air conditioning. And then a 1,500.
Right, with the office.
The office thing. We had to build a bathroom. And then we went to the last one, which was 2,000, which was a blessing, but it was hot.
It was enormous for about a week.
A week.
Yeah.
I remember volunteers coming in the wall next to the racks where maybe you had a foot, 2 feet max.
Right. And
it was just so hot. And we were like, okay, what is next? And we prayed and prayed, and God gave us a climate control, which we're paying for, so yes.
Yeah, so hopefully today's air conditioning will be covered by your donation.
Yeah. But, yes, and what we're saying, the cool thing is what we had to do in the past, the challenging things of when we would load a box truck. Go through that process of how intricate that was.
Yeah, so in the beginning, we weren't shipping, but maybe a small team going on a trip, so they take 10 suitcases. And then we slowly started to have people that were shipping bigger amounts. And I remember our first shipping container where they had the ability to fill like a 10 by 10 by 40 square foot container, and we had a box truck load up out back of Mission Regan, and all of our boxes are stacked at the top, and we have this army of volunteers bringing them down one by one, trying to get them logged, and then you have to load them into this 26-foot box truck, and you're trying to do it in a fairly timely manner. And so in this warehouse, we're looking forward to the day we can, hopefully soon, have somebody back up their entire shipping container, leave it for a day, and then we can, in a very relaxed and organized way, load a pallet, fill around, a couple pallets, fill around, and I think we probably put $400,000 to $500,000 worth of supplies in a single container, and then hopefully with the right partners, then when it gets to wherever it's going, it's a moment where Mission Regan fades and God kind of emerges as the hero of the story.
And the thing too is, as we were just talking to Angela, is when they would take those box trucks back to their place, they'd have to unload it.
Oh yeah.
And in the process of loading it back again.
Right.
And so when we were looking for warehouses, you know, the loading dock was a must.
Right.
I think climate control and a loading dock was huge for us. And I think just from now getting deliveries from our local hospital partners with our box truck has made a huge difference, because we can only put 2 pallets in our warehouse. We'd have to use off-site containers
all over the place. Yeah, my favorite is when we started with our open 5 by 8 foot trailer.
Yeah.
That actually, shout out to Chris Stoll, who I bought that from. Thanks, Chris. So as you can imagine, half of our supplies got rained on.
I remember picking them up here,
or they're still laying on the side of 75 right now.
One time, they happened one time.
Probably just more than that.
Yeah.
So then we had a closed container, so it didn't get rained on, and it didn't go on the side of the road, but you could only get a little bit, because the places would say we have 40 boxes and we can only get 20. Now with the box truck, the efficiency has changed.
And the thing about the box truck too is we can do hospital beds, electric wheelchairs, and we can give more out to our local community by making more routes. What have you seen? So Brent works for Med City McKinney, and they have been our top donor. The Med City hospitals have been our top donors. But what has been the biggest impact, I think, in our local community over the last year or two, would you say?
So about 3 years ago, I think there's a lot of kind of chapters in Mission Regan's history, and now that it's 10 years, it's almost like we can write a book. Yeah, there's a book coming. And maybe a made-for-TV movie.
The Rock would play me?
Probably so.
Oh, absolutely.
You smell what Willis is cooking?
Okay.
Go ahead.
But
local impact over the last
local.
few years. Yeah.
So I think one of the turning points was Hurricane Harvey, where we had a proximate local disaster in Texas where people came out of the woodworks because it was proximate, and they knew people down there. And we had a window where people in America would take gently expired supplies. That lasted about a week or two. And so that gave us exposure. We had people like, this is a really cool place to volunteer, really cool place to do those things. And since then, I think what we've seen is two things. One is the tremendous escalation in the people that bring us supplies locally, whether it's just a wheelchair that's not needed anymore or a local clinic that has surplus. But we're not having to go out as much and go and get the supplies every time.
Right.
We have people who will bring us stuff. We have tender hospice situations where people bring us all their leftover supplies. And then the flip side of that is that local presence more and more has allowed us to not have to wait for international shipping containers to make a difference. But we just wait until the phone rings tomorrow where somebody says, my son had colon surgery, he's 23, and he's got a colostomy now, and we don't have insurance for a month or two. You guys have any supplies? And we'd say, come fish.
And that's just crazy. Like, you would never, like, locally, you would just think, people wouldn't ask for that. It's just crazy that it's neat, too.
It was kind of tough for a little while there because we were applying for local grants. And I remember you saying that the local entities would smile and nod and listen and say, that's really cool what you're doing. But our money is more for local sort of things. And we didn't want to make it artificial, but we knew we had to have a local impact. And it's legit now. The local impact is incredibly legitimate. And it's every day.
Yeah.
And it's that somebody calls and says, do you have this specific pacer chair? No, I don't think we have that right now. 10 minutes later, the phone rings and says, hey, we have this pacer that we don't need anymore.
Story
after story, and then we make the love connection.
And I think the cool thing, too, is the non-requirements. It's just helping those that, because, I'm strong about this, I think you feel the same way, is the people, a lot of times our people that need help live above that poverty line.
Right.
And nowhere in the Bible does it say you have to have requirements to get help.
Right.
We just want to love on you, show them love and grace, and follow up, and make sure we want to respect and give them dignity and not give them stuff that's trash. We're big on that.
Yeah, no junk for Jesus, like we said.
Yeah, like give it to your own kids.
It's got to be first fruits. A lot of the Bible concept of give your very best to God first, and Mission Regan tries to do that.
Yeah.
So because of that, we have to. There's a lot of stuff that comes and we got to throw it away. We clean it up a lot.
If you're not going to give it to your child, don't give it to us.
You know, if it's not going to open it up and say, if someone opens it up and says, oh, it looks like they were either going to throw it away or they were going to give it to us. If it was 50-50, that's not really something we're going to do.
Right. One thing I really want to focus on, volunteers.
Yeah.
You have a select crew of volunteers that are amazing. They're pretty much, they come in, they know what to do. Talk a little bit about the volunteers and how that works and just the process of that.
Yeah. So since Hurricane Harvey, the volunteer strategy here has become, I wouldn't say fine-tuned, but it has matured incredibly. Early on, it would be me, 20 people would show up that had never been here before, and I would desperately try to train them how to do a task for the next 3 hours, and then train the next person, and then by the time everybody has an idea of what they're going to do, time's up. And then next week we have 20 brand new volunteers that you have to repeat that on. And we get a few repeat folks. About 3 years ago, we started having loyal, dedicated volunteers where anytime I say we're going to come up here for 3 hours, unless they're in the hospital, they're in 8
or 9, 10-ish. 10,
and even if they are in the hospital, some of them come.
And so it's like a team. Well, it is because everybody's got a position. They know, and they know I'm whatever. And my job, I come in, I sort a box or whatever. But everybody can play 2 positions. Yeah. We definitely rotate that around. To the point where when COVID started a few months ago, I was a little worried about what my exposure to the hospital was going to mean as far as everyday life. I kind of pulled back for a month, and the great thing that happened was that Mike Benson, Dave Lumpkin, and Jesse Nielsen, and Bob What's-His-Face, Richard and Rick, and all these guys, they stepped up. A little bit of that, some people have born great, some people achieve greatness, some people have greatness thrust upon them. Well, they had some greatness thrust upon them, and especially being brand new in this warehouse, they took ownership of the deal, and when I decided it was safe to bring my head out of the sand, they had started this new warehouse.
They love the AC part too.
It's a bonus. I don't want to get them soft though.
Don't get them soft. We have some high schoolers catching up with your boys.
Yeah,
Blake's catching up.
Yeah,
got some MCA kids that are catching up.
Yeah, I love having the kids that get here that have never been here before. We had one last week. I think her name in a minute. Farrah. Hi, Farrah. So she's like a teenager at probably middle school, and she, like everybody else, she gets here kind of, this is weird, I don't understand, what am I doing here? And then I tell her, you're my runner, you're going to put things up. And this is in day 2, row C. And then by the end of the 3 hours, I had loaded her up a cart, she would go, and she's putting stuff and flinging it and going and coming back and flinging it and going. And she was awesome. So I love, and that happens all the time. The new volunteer, young and old, where at first it's weird and I don't understand, and by the end, they just grab the thing from your hands because they say, I know where that goes. Yeah, and they go for the day.
So what kind of volunteers are you looking for? How do they do that? Are you looking for businesses that want to bring their corporations, or corporations want to bring their? What are you looking for? How does that? What do they need to do?
Yeah, so a couple of years ago, we figured out that we are an excellent place for groups to bring their groups to volunteer. Whether it's a business like Blue Cross Blue Shield graphics department, whether it's a youth group like First Methodist McKinney that came recently, we get all those groups, 5, 10, 15, 20. We bring in our regular guys to kind of lead and mentor the different stations, and then we rock and roll for a couple of hours. So we can take anybody. We've kind of had to figure out with COVID how many is the right number. And we kind of had to slow that down a little bit, but we've restarted. We've got a couple of groups come out. Anybody can help as long as they're going to work hard and they'll come out and behave. Yeah.
So before we wrap it up, is there anything you want to share that we haven't touched? Anything on your heart? You know, we need your financial support so we can keep this going. I've been saying that.
Pay for the air conditioning.
We have 13 minutes until 4:30.
13 minutes.
And we lack about $1,400.
$1,400. So if we get $1,400 more dollars, we'll get another $1,000. That gets at $10,000. So come on. Anything else that you want that we didn't cover? Do you want to share that?
Yeah. So I think two things. One is as I looked through the list of questions today and kind of had that reflective moment of, wow, 10 years since the first conversation. And
Wow.
realizing that, and I joke about it, but no, I think there's a book out there. I love then what you start to see as legacy. And so it's a First Baptist McKinney legacy, because that's really, if you take the whole backstory, that's what got me and Josh going to Uganda, led to this. So that's a great legacy now, where 100 years from now, when when Pastor Sam's grandson's the pastor, and they're doing that mission emphasis, and they tell the story of 100 years ago. They'll say, and 100 years ago today is when Mission Regan started, and since then, so love that legacy. Love the legacy for you guys.
For you, you're very part of this. So.
And so everybody that's involved, it becomes this. It doesn't stop. It's like the one and done. The other thing, more practical. Maybe I should have been written down. So end on the legacy, but from a practical standpoint, because our warehouse has gone from 14 bays to 36 bays with a new warehouse, keeping track of all that is challenging. I'm a good spreadsheet guy, but we're to that next level where I really, really need someone that can make it closer to an inventory, but not a pure inventory. We've had several people that have said, yeah, I can do that, and it's scary, and they don't always call back. So if there's somebody out there that has done warehouse work, understands spreadsheets, maybe shifting from a spreadsheet to a database operation, maybe even to the point where we would do barcodes like we thought initially, knowing that every barcode costs 25 cents, and that's a lot of money to do that. But just need that guy. He needs to be a long-term guy. I'm not looking for a guy that can,
or gal,
or or team, or whatever.
Whatever.
I don't care. We don't care. If that person's out there, reach out to us, and it's that point where, and we've all had this happen where before you did everything and I did everything else and Corey did everything else, or whichever the order is. And then slowly we do less and less.
Yeah.
And we've had to depend on other people doing more and more. And I need that person to help keep that moving, because it's only getting bigger.
If you know somebody, let us know. One last thing. 10 years from now. Prediction.
10 years from now. Okay, maybe the multi-venue thing. I don't know. The hard part about that is you just go to the amount of money is so crazy. So
I've got a vision on that that's a little smaller. You'll hear about that in a minute.
I think that it's not this place, but it's a place. I'll just keep doubling. So it's twice this size. 10 full-time employees. 3 loading docks. A full-time person in charge of developing and establishing the relationships with the long-term international. 1 full-time person that handles all the local stuff, so that every piece of it has expanded to the point where it's a full-time employee that's handling each of these major pieces of the puzzle. Yeah.
I like that.
I do too. Awesome. Brent Armstrong, medical director, been here since the beginning, one of our favorite guys. Go to all the time. He has made that up there what it is, and we thank him. We could not do this without you. I love you. As a
Absolutely.
brother. Been there. We've been through some hard times together, but we all do it for his glory. We love you. Rob Temple from Independent Bank is going to be up next. He's been a bit part with us at the beginning. So if you have any questions on any medical supplies, equipment, donating, volunteering, Brent.Armstrong@missionregan.org. That's the one. Thank you guys. See you in a little bit.
9 minutes. 9 minutes until
9 minutes.
our goal.
9 minutes. Let's go. $1,400. 9 minutes. Bye.
Woo.
All right, hey, welcome back. Thank you guys for still tuning in. Hope you guys are enjoying the heat out there. It's hot out there.
I haven't been outside. I've been inside.
You had to walk from your car, though. How was it from the pretty brutal? Pretty hot. Yeah. Well, so thank y'all for continuing to donate. Please continue to donate. We still got that match coming up, so please, please, please. I am with one of my...
Go ahead, say it, babe, say it.
I've been saying it to everybody, like my close friends, like one of my favorites.
This is one of my favorites. And
No,
finally I was like...
He is my favorite.
I really like them all too, though.
Rob, how long this is Rob Temple with Independent Bank, but we've also done partnerships with organizations that we've done overseas. How long have we known each other? Wow. 6 years, 6 plus, yeah.
He has his own organization.
Yes, he does. And so I'm going to let you introduce yourself, kind of tell everybody what you do with the organization, your ministry, all of that. We want you to plug that stuff.
Terrific. Well, thank you. It's great to be here. And donate, by the way. My name is Rob Temple. Moved to McKinney over 30 years ago with my wife, Lisa, who's a local artist. And we raised our 3 children here. They're all adults now and out of the house. We first found out about Mission Regan at 2015, 2014, somewhere there, when we were making a mission trip to the Dominican Republic.
Yeah. What was that mission? What were y'all doing there? How did we partner together? What did we do? What did we get?
Overall, we have partnered with Mission. My wife and I have a nonprofit that we started called Good Father Ministries, and we take teams to the Dominican Republic 2 to 3 times a year to a particular village. It's called Batay down there, and the surrounding area of Santa Lucia. You guys have been a great partner with us over the years we've been doing this, providing medical, eyeglass, dental supplies on various trips that we've taken. And really, even just some very basic things that we maybe take a little bit for granted here in the U.S., that it's always accessible. But our Dominican and Haitian families either don't have access to it or just can't afford it.
Are there any stories that stick out? Maybe one.
Yeah, I mean, there are numerous stories that I'm talking more about our partnership that not only with our ministry, but also when COVID first hit, PPE was pretty scarce.
Very.
And being involved with the Family Health Center of Virginia Parkway, they were in need of surgical gowns and exam gowns, and came to you and you guys came through as you have.
I wish we had more. It's just hard to come by, you know. And that was one of our main things is when COVID hit, we made the decision to stop sending anything over. Well, we couldn't, but we could still mail stuff. But we really wanted to focus on our people on the ground. Our first responders, fire, clinics like what you guys were doing. And we really held on to that stuff, which we don't do, but we did now. And we continue to do that because we still know that COVID, we want to backstock them. And so, you know, you're asking for a lot. We just didn't have that many the other day. You know, and we're trying to get those in. And when they do come in, you'll be the first to get those. You know, and so we want to take care of our people on the ground here first.
You've been great about that. I actually, today, after contacting you on Thursday from a friend of mine who has his own ministry.
Yeah.
It's called Abide Faith Ministries. And they do physical therapy for people who have neurological or physical challenges, disabilities, and needed a walker, and contacted me, and I said, "Oh, here it is Saturday. It's in the back of my car to take."
Yeah.
And I know how thrilled they are to have access to that. You guys have been great.
Yeah, the good thing about Amy, you know, when you email Amy, she's very quick, and she knows the answers to questions asked on how tall or, you know, just things like that, because not every walker looks are made for everybody. So we got to ask specific questions, and I think we love that we get to partner with local organizations that are working with our local people. Because a lot of times, people forget that, you know, they hear the word McKinney all the time. But this is not the case.
Yeah.
There's such a need in our local community that you guys already have, you know, with the clinic on Virginia. They're already the hands and the feet. Let us be the ones to help with the medical supplies so then you can use those resources for other things. Paying for the rent, utilities. That's a big place.
Sure.
And it's going to cost money. So we love being in the background, just kind of helping with the stuff behind the scenes.
Well, I think what has happened too is that because of our relationship, even the example of earlier this year with COVID, when a local company, Yankton Lighting, through the efforts of Abby Lou with the MEDC, Paul Grimes, city manager, and our great Mayor George Fuller, who encouraged them to give 10,000 masks. They asked me to distribute them. You guys were able to benefit from some of that.
Absolutely.
To give to church for kids who are going to youth camp.
Yeah.
So it's developed into a really good partnership both ways too. So.
And I think that that's important is you work together. You know, and I'm not saying, but those organizations that work together that aren't in it for just themselves are an asset. And I think that to make this work and to love on more people, you've got to introduce and you've got to give other things because we know we can't do everything. Hey, like there's some people like, hey, you know, I want to give to a ministry, but it's not really what you do. I know one that does what you want. And to be able to do that, it's clear to you because we know what you're doing, we trust what you're doing, we see what you're doing. I think that that's huge. And because without you guys, we couldn't do it. Without the people that are on the ground, we couldn't do what we're doing. Because we need those people that are taking that stuff and using it. So it's just benefit to all of us because it's so saturated right now. There's so many nonprofits that we want to be good stewards with the money, but we also want to be good stewards when people say, we want to give to this type of organization. Do you know anybody? And that is being a godly person, being a godly man, and doing the right thing. And I think just my friendship with you is I've learned a lot from you over the years. I consider you a good friend, but also just a good influence in me. You know, I look at you just the godly man that you are, and I respect what you do, and it makes me want to be a better executive director. Just the leadership that you show, and it means a lot to me. I'm trying to think now. What is your next goal with your mission trips? I know everything's been on hold. Anything coming up soon with you guys?
No, not. It's tough to get in and to take teams in there. It's really difficult, very risky. So it's something that we're staying in close contact with them, trying to meet needs. We can wire funds, which we continue to do, and we have our ministry partners there that can help in that way. But
it's hard not to go. We had to cancel our Xavier trip for the first time. It's your heart's there, and we know it tears at it.
And the last time we were there this spring, when we took a team from juniors and seniors from the Christian. So we're normally there at the end of the summer and planning a trip for the fall. So, but you asked me to share a quick story. Now I'll give you one more that happened when we were down there. You all had provided on a trip. You all had provided medical supplies for us, so we had a medical team that did things. And when we got into the village, the children, as they normally do, run up to greet you. Well, there was one little boy. You know this experience. One little boy that wasn't right up to us. That's kind of odd. So as I was getting through the kids, I got to him. I picked him up and I put him on my shoulders. And I looked, he's barefooted, and he had a severe gash on his foot from working out in the sugarcane fields. And we had the medical supplies there. We had the medical personnel that could help that young man immediately. And also then, as I said earlier about some of the things that we kind of take for granted, we had the antibiotic ointment to leave of them to help fight the infection after we left. So it was one of those, I don't call any of those things coincidences. It's just God's hand in this thing that it just played out that way. So it was really timely.
Funny how God works like that. I mean, how many consequences does it take for you to realize it? A little more than that.
Yeah.
God crossing our paths. It's an honor. I mean, we talk about you all the time. We're blessed to know you, and we love what the ministry that y'all are doing, and the one on Virginia, what you're doing. And Dominican as well. We were there, unfortunately, on a vacation. I felt so bad, but I just remember saying, I want to go with you. But, that's the thing is, I wanted to go so bad. She's like, no, you can't. And somebody told me where I was trying to say, God can use you anywhere, but he can't use you everywhere. But anyways, so God's called me
On
here.
another trip. Good point.
On another trip.
Yes,
So,
yes.
is there anything maybe that you'd like to share that I didn't go over with, or we're going to plug?
Well, one of the questions that you asked me prepared to answer was when you had a need, how to get in touch with Mission Regan.
Yeah.
And this may not be the proper protocol, but because of our relationship, my very quick, I text Josh, and you and Courtney, your wife, and Amy Samuel are very quick to respond, and you guys do an extremely thorough review of their inventory to see how they can meet the needs. And for somebody that's not a medical or professional or anything, consultative assistance has been really beneficial to us too. That this isn't the specific one they asked for, but this is even better. Here's what we're going to provide you with. So that's been really a good process.
And the good thing about Amy too is when people email her, it's not 3 or 4 days later that she gets back to you, because we know that the need is immediate, and so she's been a blessing too. And she tries very hard to get back to you as soon as possible. So
we'll think about Thursday.
Thursday.
Next Thursday,
Saturday.
Walker.
Yeah.
And I was doing the DocuSign stuff yesterday, and we're picking it up today. So
Awesome.
there's a perfect example of that.
We just want to get the help out as fast as we can to those who need it. Just love on and let them know that sometimes, and we just want people to know that you're not forgotten about. And there are, sometimes we don't have it. And usually God provides it pretty fast.
Amen.
So it's just, like I said, how many coincidences there's got to be. We have stories of things we've never gotten ever. In the whole history of Mission Regan, somebody needed that item and then it shows up 2 days later.
Well, even the creation of the organization. Right?
Absolutely.
And for anybody that watches this, go on missionregan.com, and you'll see some things that are pretty powerful. One is you can take a look at a map that shows where these supplies go globally, as well as there's only one dot for McKinney or the Dallas area, but it reflects a whole lot of organizations and people that benefit from it. That's one thing. And then to read about how you guys were created and how you just kind of like me taking that medical supplies, you had the exact medicine for them. Go on the website, read that story. It's powerful. It shows you how God works in our life.
God can use anyone. You just got to get someone taken. And Courtney and I have gotten to meet some incredible people for this ministry. You're one of them. And I'm so blessed to get to call you friend. I'm not saying that. I mean, I mean it.
No, he really hasn't said that to everyone.
No, but I thank you for taking time out of your busy day. I know you're a busy man, and I hope you enjoy the new warehouse, because now more space means more help for you. When they do open these flights back up, we're going to load you up, especially now with Karen Crew. The partners that flew in from Atlanta. They fly. If they can fly, if you guys aren't there yet, they can fly suitcases for us, for our partners. So we're just opening up more doors, more partners are helping us, so we can all use our resources.
Well, an example of what you have meant, not only to our ministry, but to me personally, is on a recent, last year, before I was in the Dominican, on a solo fact-finding trip, and was stuck there because of a hurricane. And who's texting me saying, "Hey, how are you doing? Letting me know that you're praying for me." That meant a lot to me, because it's a difficult situation to be in. And I obviously was very safe, but just to know that you were doing that, I think that reinforced the relationship that we had.
It's about relationships, not memories to me. So, hey, I want to thank Rob Temple for coming out, a good friend of ours. Corey, do you want to say anything behind the screens, Mr. Rob?
We're grateful.
Yeah.
We're grateful. We appreciate you.
One word to say. Yep. So coming up next is James Pickett.
Yeah.
Yep, we had his wife here earlier, Jennifer, but James did a disaster leak during the hurricane, Harvey. So when I was down there, he brought some supplies. So go get yourself a hot dog and call it a day.
Yep.
Thank you very
much. Hey, guys. Hey,
Oh,
please,
by the way,
hold on.
yes, what Rob said, but also we met our goal. So we're at we're over now, over $10,000.
Thank you guys
Praise
so much.
Jesus.
God bless. Awesome. Thank you. All right, welcome back again. They're probably sick and tired of seeing my face.
I don't think so.
Probably. I am here.
See your face a lot.
Thank you, baby. I am here with one of my good friends, one of my favorites, Courtney.
Well, oh, another favorite. That's nice.
I'm saying it with everybody. But I mean it.
But he means it,
Yes,
so it's
I
okay.
mean it this time.
Well, you're one of my favorites.
Thank you, James. Mr. James Pickett. His tactical error is he let his wife go first. Courtney scheduled her first. Jennifer Pickett. She was with Amanda Foundation, Men Strong. So she was here earlier. She set the bar pretty high.
Yeah, probably so.
Yeah,
Probably so.
I think it'll be all right. So we have known the Picketts for, been a bit. Right? I think we really came closer over the last few years.
Yeah. 8 or 9 years.
8 or 9 years, yeah. So at the time I was a little, what was it? When was Harvey? That was
a long time ago.
A few years back. 4? Amy's been with us that long? Amy came on that day. No, she came on with Puerto Rico.
Probably 5 years.
So yeah, so I was with Lil Wilm Fire Department at the time, and I got deployed down to Harvey. And at that time, I got introduced to all these small fire departments, EMS things that don't really get funding very well from the state. And so I reached out to Britt and said, hey, let's get a couple trucks going down here. And so he reached out, and that's how I guess you got involved. I'll let you kind of introduce yourself and how you got involved in the disaster relief.
Yeah.
I should have started that first.
Yeah. No. So, well, first of all, I think we were introduced to Mission Regan through Jamie Grace concert.
That's what
Jennifer said.
Really? She's already told the story.
Say it again. Maybe some of the news listening.
Yeah. No, so we went to this benefit concert, and my kids were big Jamie Grace fans, and so we learned about y'all's ministry there. And Jennifer was really involved in a cancer ministry at the time at the church, and so I just remember you were kind of like a lifeline. Like this ministry was a lifeline for her when she would come across people that were in desperate need of something that they couldn't afford, to just make their life better and easier.
Yeah.
And so I remember her saying, thank God for Josh today. He literally came out, loaded a wheelchair, off the truck, brought it in the house, just really, made a difference in his life. So that was kind of my first introduction, was just seeing how y'all really helped, meet a need there. And then I think our kids came and helped out in the warehouse a few times, and there was different events like that, and we got a little bit more introduced.
Yeah.
And so fast forward, when Harvey hit, I was running around the house. I'm from Louisiana. I had like 3 boats, and I was trying to figure out, how can I go down there and join the Cajun Navy, or is there something what can I do?
Yeah.
And then I got a phone call from you guys, and you were looking for guys that were willing to go down there and drive down to Rock, Florida, I believe, and Port Aransas, and deliver medical supplies.
Yeah.
So I said, yeah, let's do it. And I think that's one great thing about y'all is you're able to mobilize really quick and avoid the red tape.
Yeah.
And kind of go into action where you see the need to do that. So that was.
You went with a few other guys, right? You went with Dustin Payne,
Tyler
Richardson, and
Wayne Salmon.
Wayne, yeah.
And
there's only 4 of them.
No, there was one more. I can't remember his name.
There's only 4, I thought.
We were
Yes, the big guy.
I probably.
Muscular.
Oh, John.
John. Yes.
John, Big John. Big John. You guys met us at that point. We were at Port Aransas. No, we weren't. We were at. No.
You were. We had to ride the ferry.
Yeah, because where were they? Where was your brother at? Gordon? They lived in Corpus. Yeah, Port Aransas. They got hit really hard. We were there for quite a few days, and you guys pulled up, and the local EMS there had nothing. And I remember that was a huge relief to them.
Yeah, just the water, snacks. I think we had socks. I think people were like literally almost in tears when we showed up with socks, maybe even underwear. I can't remember.
Did y'all take the flatbed or the covered trailer?
We had a covered trailer. I think we had both, maybe.
I think it's in the back. Yeah.
Yeah.
So just talk about that experience of getting down there and just what you saw when you got there, and just knowing what you guys had in the back of your truck.
Yeah, I would say, well, first of all, it was complete devastation. When we arrived, I'll say this: we got there. I feel like it was like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. It was really late, and the first place we went was like a normal MASH.
Yeah.
It looked like, show MASH. There was all these temporary hospital that had been set up, and we pulled up with this trailer, and these doctors came out, and they were just really very overwhelmed with the supplies that we were able to bring in and give out. And so that was great. It was the next morning the next morning the plan was to, once we offloaded that to the kind of acute care facilities, we were going to drive around Rockport and look for some of the smaller places, like some of the urgent care places that opened up spots and like parking lots and stuff like that. So we would pull up, give them water, give them supplies, and literally it's kind of like God's hand just moving. There would always be something that we would have that they were about to run out of, or that they needed something of, and so we were there to fill that. But as the sun came up that morning, it was just complete devastation. Most people just had like a deer in the headlight look, and so it's always good for people in those situations to know that someone from the outside cares and cares enough to come down and just give something for free with nothing attached.
That's it.
So that was pretty awesome.
And it wasn't they weren't waiting on the governments.
Right.
They weren't waiting for the red tape.
Yeah.
It didn't matter what we had, we just gave it to them. And that's the thing is, we couldn't. I was already down there, so I already saw devastation. I'm telling people just like that's coming. Just wait. And to know that we had people here willing to take time off. I'm gonna sneeze. Not COVID, allergies.
Bless you.
Not COVID sneeze. To know that we had people willing to take the time. That wasn't an easy trip, right? I mean, it was tough, but willing to take time away from their family, to work, and to go love on people that they don't even know. That was reassuring to us because before we were doing it. And
when I think of, on a personal level, when I think of Hurricane Harvey, I think of two things. I think of Amy Samuel coming on board and literally saving my sanity. And I think of you, James, praying with Josh. I could get choked up thinking about it. Because that was actually a really difficult time for me. Josh and I were having a hard time. It was just really crazy. Things were overwhelming. And then here comes Hurricane Harvey, and he's deployed. I'm home alone with the kids. And Mission Regan is busier than it ever had been because of the need for disaster relief. And I was trying so hard to keep up here. And I was concerned about him there. And I got a picture of you praying with Josh and his guys. And my heart felt so much peace. And it really, really did. It brought me a lot of peace in that time. So that's what I remember about Harvey. So I'm grateful for that.
it was neat when they said somebody.
And
was
you
there
prayed with me in our driveway too.
Walking out and seeing a familiar face. I had my brothers there, but seeing a familiar face, knowing that help is there, I won't forget that. I won't forget that moment. You guys literally saved lives. And people go, well, I'm not medical. You drove a truck. You loved on people. You thought outside the box. Hey, let's go try this. Let's go to these people. Let's go to these people. And you're willing to do that. And for me, that's what Mission Regan is. It's not about me reporting for it. It's about people stepping up and going, yes, where do you need it? What can I do? I don't have this. I can't do this, but I can do this. How can I help? And that won't be the first time or last time we've had hurricanes and stuff. And so the pickets are a big part of our family. Is there one thing that sticks out besides maybe the doctors? Is there another instance that stuck out with you on that trip? You're talking about medical supplies. Here's one thing that stuck out to me. So we went down to Ingleside after that, and it was really bad. And we actually gave more stuff. We had another trip come down for National Guard as well. But a lot of these people didn't leave their homes, so they didn't have any air conditioning. So a lot of these patients went septic. Well, they need IV fluids. And that was something. I'll let you talk about that.
Yeah, no, that was, so a lot of the IV materials were much needed. I can recall it. Yeah, I think we went to the side. Maybe that evening is where the
tent was.
The tent was.
They had an airplane. They was at the airport.
Yes, at the airport.
Yep,
so that was one of the main things when we delivered all the additional IV supplies and telemetry stuff that we had on stock. And that was good. Yeah, I think the main thing was just again, you know, when you asked earlier what was some of the things about Mission Regan, how we can do it, I think just having worked in the corporate world, having a small stint working in a hospital, I'm not a clinician at all, but just understanding how difficult it is to disseminate and get medical supplies to people that need it when you're dealing with the medical system that we have.
Right.
And when you created an organization whose mission is to kind of get through that, it's amazing how you can feel as just a regular layperson to be able to do that. Like you don't have to be a doctor or a nurse or anything to go outside. And that was one of the last words of Jesus. I mean, he was literally telling us to go on mission. And
Absolutely.
so it allows you to do that in those circumstances.
Yeah.
And coming and helping and swimming, through whatever it is, dolls or manages in the warehouse for you guys is also part of that.
Absolutely. We can't do without it. One of the cool things is I remember y'all had wheelchair or crutches and walkers and boxes. And the cool thing that I remember coming out and seeing that is all laid outside under this little tent area where people wrote Bible verses on the boxes.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that? Some of the boxes had Bible verses. And one of the nurses.
Kids did it too.
The kids did that. And one of the nurses said, I needed to see that today.
Wow.
She needed that at that moment because she was done. And he gave her hope. He gave her, she's like, that Bible verse, I forgot what it was. I can't believe I remember. But she goes, I needed to see that. And you guys were a huge part of that. What did that woman do after reading that Bible verse? Did it plant that seed? We never know. We just plant the seed, let the Spirit do the rest.
And again, I think even what we're seeing today with COVID and all, that people, until you go in, like most people are seeing all the stuff on the news and all the other, but what they don't see is when a nurse or a doctor or an EMT or a fireman or a policeman go home at night and try to recover from that, and they're still trying to love their spouse and still trying to raise their kids and put food in the refrigerator and buy shoes and socks for their family and that sort of thing. And so, when you show up to a place like that and you literally see, those guys seeing like, 5 or 6 guys coming with boxes of food and socks and stuff like that, it does help. But for you, you get to kind of see the other side of it.
Yeah.
Like, people that are actually in the trenches and you walk away with something else.
Yeah.
And they're much more sensitive to that. So that was something else that was, I don't know, that I think about really impressed upon me, which is how much, in particular, the medical and firemen were doing during that response.
Well, I appreciate all that you've done and continue to do. You and your wife are big parts of this ministry. We would not be here without your help.
Longtime supporters since Jamie Grace days.
Jamie Grace, honestly. Man, is there anything you want to share that we did cover, or anything's on your heart? Anything? You got out top of the life.
I just don't think there's a better place where you want to give money, time, or effort. That it's just kind of going directly. There's not any overhead costs here. I mean, you're literally putting medical supplies in people's houses and homes and bodies, and really fulfill mission Christ in a way that, and it's local too. I mean, which I think is important to know. I mean, I know you, but I know for you. Yeah. I know the board members. I know these people, and they're all just good people, and you can trust that they're doing the right thing.
Yeah. Well, we thank you very much and your family. Before we go, we're going to have another person and his daughter, Paul Anderson and his daughter. They went down as well, the second load, but they also went to Zambia with us last year. So, last year they're going to go this year, but they got canceled. So we're going to have them up in 15 minutes. So, hey, thank you guys. I think again, the tickets.
Did you just? Are you having a stroke?
Hey, thank you guys. Continue to donate, please, please, please. Any amount helps, and we'll see you in 15 minutes. Can they see me from here?
They can see you now.
Can't hear me. Hey, all right, welcome back. It's 5:30. So, hey, thank y'all for, hopefully y'all been joining us all day. It's been a long day.
I'm sure they've been logged on for like 10 hours.
Great. All right. Subscribe down below, right?
Oh.
Yes. So, I am here with the Anderson family. We're short a few. Short
Two.
one, two. We have known you guys for how long now? So you started coaching Owen, our son.
He was fifth grade.
3 years.
He was third.
He was third grade.
Yeah.
So 4 years.
Yeah. So Coach
3
Paul
years.
Anderson coached our son Owen in tackle football.
Yes.
Yeah. Which he's playing now.
We'll
So,
see.
Yeah. So anyways, the Andersons are some special people to me. They're some of my favorite people.
Surprising. That's shocking.
You listened all day and you said the same thing about everybody.
I mean it this time. So we met them, like I said, through Owen, his football team. And then 2 years, well, how long was Harvey? 3 years ago?
Well, it'll have been, let's see.
No, it's more for that.
16?
4 years ago, 16, yeah. So I'll kind of let you guys introduce yourselves and how you kind of got entwined with Harvey and then into Zambia. So take it away.
I'll start because it really started with me.
Absolutely.
Coffee.
Absolutely.
So Courtney and I met at.
You are?
I'm Angela Anderson.
She's the mama.
I'm the mom. And Courtney and I met at coffee to start out with, and we just realized we were long lost soul sisters.
Exactly.
We had so much in common. We both had family from South Louisiana, and we instantly clicked.
Yep.
And so from that relationship, we allowed Paul to be a part of.
We shared our people.
That's right. We allowed our people to get to know each other. And Paul, I'll let you tell your story, but he's a football / sports fanatic is the only word. He has been.
He likes Melissa Cardinals a little bit.
He likes Melissa Cardinals a little bit. When we met,
No, you're good.
No.
It's live. No live.
When we met 22 years ago, this past July, and when I met him, he was coaching girls softball, girls that now have kids our age, so that makes him feel old. But he has always been very passionate about kids, about the youth, about sports, and so as a result, he's very passionate about Melissa and their kids, and so he became.
I heard you're quite the man at the pep rallies.
Those stories, yeah. Those stories got out.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah. Go ahead.
I'm Paul. This is Paige. This is our oldest daughter. One of 3 children. We have Chase that is 25 and a Marine. And Paige, which is 18 and getting ready to go into college. Pretty excited for that. And Erin, our 13-year-old, she didn't want to hang out with us tonight.
Neither did ours.
Kind of started with me and Josh. We were having coffee one morning, had coffee together, and realized that we were soul brothers. And we just had.
Except I don't drink coffee.
But I drank his for him. But he was drinking tea. But that's kind of how we got started. We really got to know Josh and Courtney when taking Owen in football. Just kind of really have a passion for helping him and watching him grow and seeing what he's turning into, which is pretty neat. And then Gracie is the same age as Aaron. So we see them on the volleyball court at different places at school, and I think they get in trouble together. So so we got a few more years together.
Yes. I want to say, I don't even remember how it came out. I remember, so when we just talked to James Pickett about Harvey, and I don't remember how we got in touch with you. I don't know if I just sent you a text. I really don't remember because because I was deployed at that time when that all happened. So kind of walk us through that, how that all went.
I think that if you remember, that was football was going on.
Yeah.
And I think it was Courtney said they needed someone to go to Port Aransas.
Yeah.
And then so we said we'd go. Paige and I went. So I remember we played in Prosper that day. And, then we got our tails kicked. And,
then it was a long trip down to Port Aransas. You don't know that place, you missed them all.
So I remember we left from Target.
You.
Target, went to Target, then we drove to Port Aransas, made a pickup load.
Did y'all drive our truck?
Drove your truck.
And then the truck load in the trailer, right? Okay.
The thing about that trip was, it's one of those things you get to spend time with your daughter alone, and you're for forever seemed like going down there. And of course, in the middle of the night, and you need her to talk to you, keep you awake. But she did a very good job.
Yeah.
What kind of gets you though is in your mind you're thinking that you can't really fathom what the destruction is going to be when you get there.
Right.
So it really didn't hit me what we were going to do until we got south of San Antonio, and it was maybe 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, and you start thinking about, man, I need to get gas. Because, there's no gas down there, and it kind of hits you that, are we prepared? Even though we're just delivering medical supplies or whatever was in the trailer, you start thinking, are we prepared for that? Even though you're in the middle of Texas and you don't have any of those things. So that's when it kind of really hit me, the impact that you guys have and that we were having just dropping the supplies off. So it was a true blessing, to go down there and do that. And you get there and everything's destroyed, and but to see the people, where the people working together and to bring things, to the destruction and people working together just to have the water to drink, and and dropping the stuff off to people that we didn't really do a lot. I mean, we just kind of pulled up, and next thing you know, they just keep unloading stuff, which was pretty neat to watch.
Yeah. And so y'all were down in Port Aransas. So did y'all get to drive around anyway, kind of see some of the destruction up close and personal, or did y'all just there? I didn't get to talk to you all much after y'all left. Did y'all drive around with?
We drove around because we got lost. So we got to see
hard. It got hard when there wasn't a hurricane.
Quite a bit of Port Aransas, but the security was tight. I remember having to go across on the ferry, and having to show our license and things like that, and why you're here, and things, which was a great thing. But we got to drive around a little bit there. Then we left Port Aransas and went somewhere else.
Ingleside?
Maybe it's Ingleside.
So we got to play there next. That's why y'all went.
We went up there, which we got to drive down the coastline, and you can see a lot of destruction.
Yeah. Did y'all pull to the medical tent at the airport?
No, we dropped stuff off. We went to the clinic. We dropped some stuff off Port Aransas.
And then Ingleside.
Ingleside, it was a medical clinic that had no electricity. I remember that.
Yeah.
But there were still, triage people.
So a lot of the stuff that you guys took went to a lot of these smaller EMS services that got nothing. They didn't get state funding or anything. So I remember when I started, I was kind of working at the fire department, but I was kind of not freelancing, but hey, Cap, I need to do this. And the stuff that you guys were bringing, they already knew what was expected. So they knew that they could bring these patients in based on what you guys were doing. So literally, it was life-saving because they knew that they couldn't take care of this patient. So, but they said, if we can hold off for this time, I've got these people bringing this stuff. And I don't know if I ever shared that with y'all or not. If I didn't, I apologize. But literally, there were thousands of lives that were saved because you guys took the time to go down there. And like you said, well, we didn't do a lot. You did an extraordinary thing. I mean, you literally took time to drive, and you drove through the night, which is crazy, but you did that, and because I would have done it, and I couldn't. But just for you to answer the call, say yes, I will do it. You put your yes out there, and you did it, and to bring your daughter was really cool. To be a part of that, you got to see. What did you think? Going down there, what were your thoughts? Have you ever seen anything like that?
It was surprising to see how much I had compared to them losing everything.
Just knowing the stuff that you're taking down there literally saved lives. Now, you guys also, now we're going to shift real fast. So that was a huge thing. So now let's fast forward to last year. So we had been talking about going to Zambia on our trip for a while. And then first it was just you and, first it was just two people going. Who was it at first? Me and Paige. And then you get a call like, hey, we're going to bring all four. Okay. So we got to, there was like 35 of us last year. That's probably good. And you guys, Paul was our security guard. He was security guard until holding babies. Holding babies. Weighing babies. He's going to get us a scale that is in kilograms still. I remember that. So kind of walk us through your time in Zambia, because it's one of my favorite things ever. But walk us through goods, bads. What memories of Zambia?
I mean, for us, I think it was an opportunity that most people don't have to be able to go to another country. You know, kind of like Paige said about going down to Ingleside when you know there was all of that destruction. Understanding how we live compared to them, and being able to have your children be a part of that.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I was never out of the country until I was an adult in my 30s. And so for this an opportunity for my children not only to visit a different country, but be able to participate in something so much bigger than them.
Yeah.
You know, I remember when we were there, I think my favorite part of my favorite part about Zambia was when we were doing intake and there was a lady that came that was deaf. And
yep.
And nobody knew how to sign.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody, the people that brought her, they were just like, she's deaf, she can't hear. And so between trying to speak Bemba and trying to translate, Paige had taken sign language at school for a couple of years, and so she it was rough, but she got enough information for us to be able to figure out her age, her name, what was wrong. That right there was, to me, that's why you're here. This is the moment why you're here.
It's never happened to where we had somebody that needed that before, ever. In the 8 years we've been going.
Yep.
Never. That's a big deal because that person was like, wait a minute. Someone on this trip knows enough, cares enough. You could have not done it because you're like, I'm too embarrassed, I don't want to do it. But you did it. And you didn't know all of it, but you did enough. Life changed. Life changed. What did you think about that moment?
I mean, of course it was scary because I didn't want to screw something up and make her think that I was stupid or something. But she was very grateful for me to like help her out because, of course, she can't read lips very well.
Yeah.
And so even we don't speak her language, so it's very difficult. Yeah. But she was very grateful and understood a lot. Yeah. And knew I was new, but still understood what I was saying.
What was your best part about Zambia? What did you take from it? What was your favorite memory?
Always just being with my family and going like overseas and like into a different country with my family and learning like how other people live compared to how I live and just not taking anything for granted.
Paul? Besides holding babies.
I enjoy holding babies, weighing babies.
Did a lot.
I like the crickets.
Mushroom boy doesn't like mushrooms.
My mushrooms
Woo! I thought that, I truly believe that monetary donations are appreciated and you have to have those to sustain an organization. I also believe that God tells you to give back whatever it is, whatever you have to give. And I believe that, I believe God's going to put you in the right place at the right time, and it's your duty to be prepared for that because He's going to shove you in a situation that you're not ready for.
Absolutely.
You'll be ready for it, but it will be very uncomfortable. And I thought He did that to Paige at that time, and I thought that was awesome. What was His plan. Mm-hmm. I liked everything about it. I mean, the little things that we take for granted is the eyeglasses. How many eyeglasses? Took 4,000 of them, and how everyone wanted the eyeglasses, which I thought was pretty neat. I liked everything about it.
One thing I remember about you, Paul, was your heart. We had that little baby. This was on Tuesday, and that little baby would burn herself with scalding water, which is very common on Saturday. You brought that little baby in, she had the towel. I remember Paul walking in, and you had a different look. You had a different look on your face than you did, and I knew, I didn't know at the time, but I look back at that, and that's what I needed. And I still think about that little baby girl. She would have died if she hadn't been brought in. That was Saturday or Tuesday. But just to see the look on your face, you can see the care. You all had it, but just the difference and shift in you from that. Like you knew something. I don't know, and I just remember that. And that is what I loved about your family. You cared about people.
Wherever you are.
Yeah. Just It's contagious. Just to see your family there and do it together, I think that is, and that's something that we want to do in the future with Mission Regan, is have 2 trips. One strictly medical, whatever, but then also maybe a little bit both, but more family. Yeah. So we can do a little bit of that stuff, but we do it in the village. Go out there, just love on people, play soccer, hold as many babies as you want, and do that stuff. And I think that would, maybe both, if families want to do the medical part too, that's great, but also we want to the village as families and do that. So I think that would be rewarding as well. And we're going to go this year, and it breaks my heart. We don't get to go.
Aaron was devastated.
We all, yeah.
Like when the decision was finally made, we came in here and she came into our room and I said something to her because I guess I figured she already had made that assumption, just like most of us have, that it's probably not going to happen, even though it hasn't actually been called off. But the day that we told her it was called off, oh my gosh, she was devastated. She cried and she cried and she said, "I'm so disappointed." And I said, we can't control this. Yeah. God's going to take care of whatever needs to happen there if we can't go. But that was heartbreaking for her not to be able to.
It'll be really fun for us to, as parents, sit back and watch at what Mission Regan's impact will be on our children long term, and to see what he's stirring in their hearts. I look forward to that very much. And to see what that legacy will look like later. Not just with our kids, but with all the other kids that we're able to show their impact. Like, you have the ability as a young adult, as a young person, to have an impact on the world. And that's cool.
And you just think how awesome the trip can be next year. We will be too, hopefully, COVID. But, you see little Polly, little Polly and all of our other friends that y'all became, this family to us. And y'all have made so many friends over there, and we can't wait to do that. We thank you guys for your heart, your commitment, your yes. Is there anything that y'all want to share that we didn't talk about, or just, you guys have been with us for a long, through this, and we love you guys. We can't wait for y'all to continue to come with us and be alongside us. So excited about the new building. Yes, it's cooler in there, isn't it? Cooler in there. Yeah, it's bigger.
It's pretty great.
Yeah. So,
you can walk and with your arms out and not touch anything.
I see Paul's doing this. Usually you got to do this. So hey, I just want to thank them again. The answers they mean a lot to us. I can't wait to see what happens in their lives, our lives. We get to grow together with our kids, and maybe Owen will be playing basketball. Football, he's doing all right. Wide receiver. He's a wide receiver now. He can catch. Like, he couldn't catch with you, but he can do it now. Good. But I want to thank them. And hey, thank you guys. We're going to be back here in about 12 minutes with
Chelsea Bobo.
She was going to go on this year's trip, but she is a volunteer with us. She's also a nurse at Medicine McKinney. So we will see you in 12 minutes. Thank you very much. Hey, welcome back. I am with one of my faves.
That's weird.
We've been saying that all day. She is. This is.
She is.
Yeah. This is Chelsea Bobo, RN. It's been RN up in your name now, right?
Oh, yeah.
Good. She is a ER nurse at Med City McKinney. Works with Dr. Brent Armstrong, who y'all saw earlier. She is one of our many volunteers that comes up and dedicates her time with Brent and helps us sort through the supplies and all that. So I'll let you introduce yourself again, where you work, all that good stuff, and how you got involved with Mission Regan.
All right. Well, like Josh said, my name is Chelsea. I'm a nurse in the emergency department at Medical City McKinney. I found out about Mission Regan through Dr. Armstrong. He and I work in the ER together, and just kind of through conversation, figuring out who Mission Regan was, what we do, decided that I was interested and wanted to learn more about it and become really hands-on, experiencing it, just really get involved in it. So glad I did.
Yes. So you've been doing this now for how many years? 2 years now?
Nursing or volunteering?
Volunteering with me.
Actually, it's just been about a little more than a year, so pretty recently.
Yeah. She was going to be on the Zambia trip of 2020, which got canceled. Very sad. So what have you learned about Mission Regan over the past year? Or is there something that you might not have known that we do that's kind of unique or anything like that over your time of volunteering?
I didn't quite realize initially the extent of how far the service went and how many organizations and just individual people we reached, just nationally and globally. And so I was surprised to learn that we will help individual people who will kind of reach out to us, whether it be for a family member or just a friend of a friend, or whether it be someone who's leading another organization who's finding out they're low on supplies or anything. So I think that's been one of the coolest discoveries, is kind of the extent of the service and how it's a little bit of a chain reaction. So it's been really
we heavily rely on our volunteers, so first I appreciate that. For somebody that doesn't know anything about medical stuff, do you think that there is something that they could do as well?
Oh, absolutely. Being a nurse in the ER, you think you have a little bit of an upper hand than in a warehouse this big, and with all the supplies and all the donations that we receive. Every time I'm up here, I come across something I have no clue what this is. And so then you have people who are familiar with it, and definitely it's not going to hinder you to not be medical. It's a great advantage that even being medical, I myself am learning and seeing different supplies that I've never seen before, because it's not in my department. It's not something I work with. But if you come up here, they'll find a role for you. Mm-hmm. They'll make good use of your time. You'll get to work with some really great, really fun people. Yeah. I can't tell you how many times I laugh whenever I'm up here, and it's just such a great time.
Yes. What would be, I guess, what has been the greatest, I won't say that, so what do you think has been the biggest improvement from the old warehouse? So our old warehouse, like I said, was about 2,000 square feet, about 1,500 usable, no air conditioning loading. Besides those two things, what would you say would be the biggest improvement that you've seen in this new warehouse?
I think it's allowed for more organization, and you have more space. So of course it can kind of go both ways. You have more space, that sometimes you have a tendency to keep more stuff that might not be. You really have to consider still what's helpful to keep and what's not, and what's something that's actually going to be of use, because otherwise you're left with just stuff you don't need, and then we're stuck figuring out where to take it. But a big advantage has been the space, because we've been able to narrow down certain different supplies and make it easier whenever we're packing up a big shipment for an organization, or for example, when the Bahamas was hit really hard, we were able to pack up several boxes to go directly to them. And so if someone's emailing in and asking for a specific item, then the bigger space allows us to have a more specified system. And then just the room, and for us to be able to take in the bigger, bulkier items. So the wheelchairs and the items we did not have the space for at all.
Big time. Remember, we had 4 off-site storage units and a 40-foot container. We wouldn't have been able to stay. I mean, if we were in an old warehouse through COVID, we wouldn't. I don't know what we would have done. Is there anything that sticks out in your mind? Maybe a shipment that y'all maybe prepped for or packed, or just something that you came into contact with that sticks out in your mind?
Yeah, actually, so funny story, and just kind of crazy how God puts people in each other's paths for a reason, and just again that whole chain reaction. But working in the ER, like I said, I worked with Dr. Armstrong, and he and I had the patient I was taking care of was also his patient. And just through conversation of myself with the patient, learned that she actually on her own dime and time would collect supplies and make shipments out to Kenya, where she was from. And that turned out Dr. Armstrong had similar conversation. How a doctor with his patient kind of small talk conversation comes about a topic like that is a total God move. And so ironically, we both had similar conversations.
With the same person?
Same person,
That's so
our
cool.
same patient. Kind of laughed about it. And then the very next time I'm at the warehouse, the old warehouse, volunteering, I'm packing a box and I hear a voice and kind of think, that voice sounds really familiar. And I turn around and it's this lady who she was able to find out about Mission Regan and kind of learn our system and learn the way that learn our organization and learn kind of our process, and not only kind of pick up some tips for how to go about her own organization, but also I'm not sure if a connection was ever made, but regardless, I think it was really eye-opening for both her and then for myself as well.
Yeah.
And just kind of, again, getting in touch with people we wouldn't otherwise get in touch with.
Yeah. And I think the warehouse, the size it's helped us in our local. Like you were saying, having more room for the beds and the wheelchairs and the walkers. And I would say through COVID, we've been able to fill that gap through our local. Some of these other ministries have not been able to stay open, unfortunately. I think we've been able to fill that void. And especially now when the ports are starting to open up, we're going to be overwhelmed. And so, what would you tell volunteers? What would you say to those volunteers that are kind of, I don't know if I can do it or not? What would you say to them?
I'd say if you got hands and feet, and then you're good. Then you're good. You're who we're looking for.
Yeah.
And if you're just, you'll have fun. You guys have got a lot of being patient with me. I'm not an easy person to work with.
I'm definitely not an easy person to work with.
Whatever.
But really and truly, if you're just even the slightest interested or just want to come up and learn more about Mission Regan and just more of our mission, that was something that really kind of struck a chord with me too, is just the mission itself of who Mission Regan is.
Yeah.
And I would say reach out to us. Most definitely, we will use you, your heart, and your time.
And our goal is to ship 2 to 3 containers a year. One of them will be hopefully in our new clinic here built soon. Hopefully next year we'll start shipping a container over there, which would be awesome. And so there'll be more information about that later. But we live by volunteers. We need those. And so if you have a group, a Sunday school group, your job, a lot of times they'll give hours to come work. Football teams, basketball, anything like that, or just groups, green court hours. Amy, we've got a program now that we can track your hours.
Team building.
Team building.
We have some companies, especially like small business owners, will shut their company down for the day and come here and work instead of going there.
This is our first one ever in 9 years. Praise Jesus.
Yeah.
So thank God. We've been through the heat before, and this is a true blessing. So we need your help with that. Help us keep the bill on.
How can they sign up to volunteer with?
So awesome. So you go to our website, missionregan.org.
Or .com.
Or .com. Same thing. It goes to both. missionregan.com.org. REGAN. And then go to the join us page, volunteer, sign up, and then Amy Samuel will get in contact with you. And then she knows we have all of our dates there as well on our social media. Is it called the Soch?
No.
Soch page?
Nobody calls it that.
Soch?
I told you that.
The social media, Instagram, I think it's on Instagram, Facebook. And I'll show you the dates that we already have for August and maybe September. I don't know if September's out yet, but those are dates. So if you just email Amy, she'll get you on those dates, and you just come on out.
Yeah, those are like our regular sort days.
But if you want to bring
Chelsea
a group,
comes too.
Yeah. If you want to bring a group, email amy.samuel@missionregan.org. or you can just go to our website, email us that way as well, and she'll get in touch with you and set that all up. Thank you very much. Is there anything though before we go? Anything else that we didn't cover that you want to go over? Anything like that that sticks out? No.
I'm just really thankful to kind of come across Mission Regan the way I did, and just the relationships being built. Like I said, I work with some really great people here at Mission Regan every time I'm up here, and it's like a little community, little family, and I love it. So,
Awesome.
super
Chelsea Bobo.
Thank you so much.
RN Medicine McKinney. Hey, thank you guys. And listen, we got one more coming up. Board member Matt Newton, good friend of mine, one of my favorites.
Oh, that's weird.
That's weird. But stay tuned. Hey guys, please donate. We got a few more hours left, so please. Thank you guys.
And we're going through till Monday to reach our goal of 25.
All right,
So
going through Monday night.
yeah, so we have until then. We've surpassed our goal for today, which was 10,000. That's awesome. Through the weekend, we're hoping to make 25,000.
25,000 by the end of Monday. So the weekend plus 1 day.
Well, I was really thinking the weekend.
4-day weekend.
Whatever.
Monday night, 25,000. Please, thank you very much. See you in
15
minutes. Going live. Live with Matt Newton.
Last live of the day.
Last live. Thank you for, I mean, y'all have probably been online for 11 straight hours and haven't left your computer, so thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yes, thank you. I am with Matt Newton, good friend of mine, one of my favorites.
Yes, you said least favorite like 5 minutes ago.
Matt Newton, literally one of my best friends. I consider him a close friend. We love
He means
him.
it.
I do mean this one. I mean the other ones too, but I really mean this one. He's here with his lovely bride. Heather's in the background. Hello.
Hi.
Tell us a little bit your family, and what you do.
Right, so my name is Matt Newton. I have my lovely wife, Heather. I've got 2 kids. Live in Morgan. They're teenagers, one's going to high school. I'm a network engineer. So,
In layman's terms.
I work on the internet. So that's pretty basic.
Okay.
I make sure that you get your internet.
Thank you. Perfect. And what do you do for Mission Regan?
So I'm on the board of directors, and I also chair the golf committee.
Yes. So this will be your second year chairing it?
This will be second year, yes.
So real fast, jump into that. Where's that going to be this year?
Right, so this year, the golf tournament's going to be November 6th. It's at Heritage Ranch Golf Country Club. Awesome venue, wonderful golf course.
A little different place this year.
A little different place this year, but we're doing sort of a hybrid this year. So we're going to have the golf tournament. We're also going to have a dinner afterwards for the golf tournament. So going to have the good times on the golf course and then be able to have a wonderful dinner and share some time with all those people who love Mission Regan.
So find out more information, go to our website, missionregan.com or org. Golf, the price of your golf ticket comes with dinner. We'll roll right into that, so it won't be so hot, so it won't be as sweaty, and then your spouses can join you there as well if you want, or you can just come to the dinner. So there's different packages you can purchase online. So
November 6th is going to be prime golf and weather prime. Nice time it's going to be really nice.
And we'll also have the Cajun bread, which everybody's still wanting. So we'll have that, lots of raffle items, and our silent auction and live auction. So thanks for that. So just kind of tell us how you got involved with Mission Regan, how you kind of heard about it, and how you got involved with this.
Yeah, so me and Heather were going around. We were kind of trying to decide on a church, and some years ago we decided to go to First McKinney. And so after talking to a few people around there, we actually started hearing about this nonprofit organization. And at the time, you guys were asking for toothbrushes, right? So that kind of piqued our interest a little bit because it's like you're when people need things, you hear a toothbrush, and that's not something you normally think of. So. We kind of got more interested, and as we started talking to people, we realized that obviously it's a whole lot more than toothbrushes. But we ended up meeting you guys, and hearing the story about Mission Regan, about Regan, and it really just kind of it really touched us. And so we kind of sort of saw what you guys were doing, and was like, wow, this is something really awesome. We want to be involved in this.
Yeah. So we have been friends for how many years now?
A lot of them.
Like a lot. So you had known about Mission Regan, and you've always said, "Hey, I want to be part of it." And then one we started talking about the board. So what was it that changed, or what was it time? What was it that you say I want to be on the board?
I think we always had sort of this misconception, or at least I did, that because I wasn't medical, that I really couldn't do a whole lot to contribute to Mission Regan because the core of what you guys do is so much medical. But I did realize just how much need there was. Mm-hmm. And so I think after, really realizing, how things were growing and how much you guys were actually doing and how much you were shipping out and sort of the help that you were giving not only, across the world, but starting to be local in the community a few years back. And then meeting so many people at, I played in the golf tournament several years. Yeah. And just seeing the lives that were impacted was really like, okay, I really need to be serious about, really devoting some of my time to this organization.
Which we're grateful for. Matt was one of the best golfers out in the tournament. He's pretty good. I'm a little better.
No.
Let's think a little bit. Actually, I'm horrible. So Matt's been playing for quite a while now. So when we asked him to take over because I guess you play a lot of golf, tournament stuff. Yeah. So we asked Matt kind of we've gotten so busy with fundraising and different events that we knew that you had an idea of how to run this. So that kind of took a lot of that off of Courtney's plate, which was huge, so she could focus on other things. And so for that was a huge deal. But more importantly, with being on the board, we kind of delegated some things. So we knew that you had an operations kind of a skill, just a feel about you. And we had prayed about it of who we want to be on that, because operations is one of our biggest, maybe besides next to ministry. Ministries are our number one, of course, spreading the gospel, loving on these people. But I think operations is, how do we operate? How do we make sure that we're being good stewards of God's money? And how do we get from A to B? And how do we do it, right and in the best way, not spend as much money, but all that stuff. And you and David Garrett were the first ones that came to our mind. And I think that we had our retreat, and the ideas that you guys came up with were incredible. So just kind of talk to us about the process of where you see us from our old warehouse, where we were, to where you think we can do, what we can do now in this new place as an operational standpoint.
So I think operations is a really important thing, because you take, we always talk about a need, or, getting from point A to point B. And so sometimes that middle part becomes a little more difficult than most people realize. And that it's, when you have, like this year, okay, what do we have? $2 million worth of stuff come in.
2.1. Oh, yeah.
2.1 million of stuff to come in. And then you have to sort that and put that in a way to where you can, get that back out in a functional manner that is easy for, our volunteers and everybody else to do. So, a lot of the ideas we came up with were just sort of streamlining that process. So how can we make things easier in the warehouse? How can we make things easier when we, bring stuff in, or when we go to take stuff out, or if we get a large order? How can we really just streamline and compartmentalize some of those things that were just kind of out there?
Right.
And so I think that for myself and David, I think that's one of the main things we're trying to do, is just take some of these steps out of the process that just take time.
Right. And I think COVID we had a great board meeting earlier this year, right before COVID, and we had all these things in place. And COVID has set us down, or kind of slowed us down a lot on that. But I think once we get back into the swing of things, I think it's going to be overwhelming. So with having Matt and David being able to do that, because once the ports start opening up, we're going to be bombarded. And so having those people to be able to go to and say, hey, Matt, what do you think about this? And if they say no, whatever, I want them to be able to say no. Hey, let's try this route. And for me, that was hard at first. But it's me stepping back and saying, God put these people in your place. Let them do it. And for us, that's a trust deal. And so we prayed hard about it. And we know that you and David and all the other people that we have on our board will do things to glorify Him. And we need those people to say, hey, let's hold back the reins just a little bit. Me, I'm going to go get it. You know what I mean? And sometimes I need that. Hey, let's just wait a minute. And that's where operations.
And I think for us, so much of being a part of the board for Mission Regan for me is just being able to take my experience, because, obviously, my experience in the corporate and technological world is different than yours, being a firefighter, paramedic. So, one of the great parts of being on the board is that I can take my experience and kind of try to apply that to the things that Mission Regan needs, and the things that, I can see that are needed to be handled here.
Unfortunately, I realize this, I wanted to just be the fun nonprofit, go get it, whatever, but it's business. And I've realized that over the last few years, and, you have to run like a business. The IRS is looking at you, got bills to pay, you've got vehicles that need maintenance, you have all of that. And for me, I was always doing the deliveries and the pickups, which I missed, but for us to be an effective nonprofit business, I have to go meet with the donors. So that's when I rely on you and David, once we get going, to make sure that the operations are going good. You would say, hey, we do need another vehicle or whatever this is. How do we make that work? So I can continue.
So we hear a lot these days, or at least I hear a lot. It's called trust the process.
Yeah.
Right. So anytime you start growing, sometimes you have to modify the process.
Absolutely.
And especially at the exponential growth that we're seeing with Mission Regan, we have to put the process in place and trust the process.
Absolutely. And that's the thing about the board is we brought on board members that we didn't know at the time that had different special skill sets. And it's funny how we prayed about, even before the retreat, we prayed about these things. And it just fit. And I think this next year, once COVID kind of slows down and we kind of get back in the swing of things, I don't have any idea what to expect. I know it's going to be good, but it's going to be busy.
Yeah,
and so I'm ready to get the board back together again so we can plan this again.
Also, when we seek out a board member, or when a board member comes to us, something we're super intentional about is their spouse.
Yes.
We truly believe that, the next person in line to the person that is on the board is their spouse.
Because they're going to talk about it.
Yeah, they're going to get advice and seek advice from each other. And so although one of them is on the board, technically we really are asking for both of them.
Right.
And so we're grateful for the fact that all of our board members have awesome spouses.
Right.
I mean, we are truly blessed. And we really kind of see it as a package deal. We're like, oh yeah, buy one, get one free kind of thing. We're not buying anyone, but you know what I mean.
Right. Well, and Heather has been huge on the committees for, I know the gal, I mean, how many committees have you been on? I don't know, a lot. But she's been a huge part of Mission Regan with our events and all that stuff as well. I mean, you've been there for how long today? You've been there for a while. You know, and yeah, since noon. Long
Well,
time.
I mean, I was a shoe-in because I'm the best spouse ever, so. Brownie points. It's true, though.
Valid. That is valid.
And you guys know.
That's valid.
Yeah.
So, anyways, so with that, you know, we got a lot, like I said, golf tournaments coming up. We're excited about that. How many golfers do you think we're going to have? Around 100? Less?
Yeah, so I'm hoping for 100 this year. Yeah. I think we had in the 80s last year. We usually oscillate around 80 to 90.
Scramble?
Yes, 4-man scramble.
Okay.
So we're gonna have super tickets, the whole shebang again. Obviously, mulligans, putting contests, all that stuff. Yep. Working on a chance to win a Cadillac again. So if you're not playing the golf tournament, you win a Cadillac.
Yeah. That's good.
So yeah, working on all that.
Awesome. Weather's going to be great. Yeah. Is there anything you want to share? What Mission Regan means to you and your family, or anything like that, before we wrap this day up?
Yeah. So a couple of things. I think that one of the things that I really learned from Mission Regan personally was just how basic of a need there was, not only just around the world, but in our community for some of the things that you know we do every day here at Mission Regan, right? You guys do every day. So you know, I don't think I ever realized before that things so simple as gloves or a syringe, the things that can really stop people from, you know, getting safe healthcare, just didn't exist in some of these places. And I'll share a story, and you know, me and Heather like to call this, and I know you guys do too, we call this God's warehouse, right?
Absolutely.
And so I always remember that we were at the warehouse one day, and an elderly woman came in, right? And so you could just tell when she walked in on her face that, I mean, she was on her last straw. She didn't have insurance, she didn't have money, she had gone everywhere she could go, and she just so happened to get our name from the church, right? And so she walked in, and she was just exasperated. You could just tell. And to watch, you know, you love on her, first of all, and then to watch how God provided every single thing that was on that list for her. I mean, you remember, there were testing strips. She was diabetic.
Because the machine is a lot of things didn't work.
No machine. She was diabetic. She wasn't taking her blood sugar. We found a ton of strips, like 300 or 400 strips to give her strips for forever, but no monitor, right? And so we sat back there and we dug around for what, like 20
Came
minutes?
up front and we went back. Let's try one more time.
Yeah, y'all almost gave up and you went back.
One more time, and what did we find?
We got one. And we gave her, she had this paperwork with her.
Mm-hmm.
Had no insurance. Yep. And we were able to pray with that woman.
Yep.
And here's the thing. That is what Mission Regan is about.
Absolutely.
It's about the relationship. And for a moment, that woman had so many these people care about me.
You know,
and go with the red tape ring.
And that was the beauty of it. And that's what I'll never forget is just to be a part of Mission Regan is to watch God come into the lives of people, meet needs that they didn't even know could be met, and then allow people like us to see that, pray with those people, and love on them.
I think I got more of it than she did.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I feel that way often, actually.
And that was one, and they just happened to show up that day. Yep. And we were just there. God knew that we needed that stuff. We gave her a brand new knee brace, a walker, and I think that was a cool thing too, is to have something brand new.
Well, she was taking care of her granddaughter, and she couldn't even get up and move around.
Mm-hmm. And that is what Mission Regan is about: is using these little things to us, but big things to them, to open that door and start it. So awesome. Love you, brother. So that is it for today. I just want to take a second and just say, hey, thank you guys so much for participating with this. This is a big day for us.
Mm-hmm.
Please reach out to us. Our warehouse is open to anybody that needs it. Volunteer, corporate sponsorship. If you need something, you need to donate something, please reach out to us. Remember, if we have it, You need it. It's yours. No questions asked. We don't care. We are very private about who gets what. We don't share that information. It is your business and nobody else's. And so we take that very seriously. And we want to treat people with dignity. If you have something you want to donate, we would love to take it. Just remember, if you wouldn't give it to your own child, please don't bring it to us because we're not going to take it. I hate to be that way, but we want to treat people with dignity. And so please, we have till Monday night. We're going to continue to raise support. You go online, Venmo, PayPal,
Cash App,
all that stuff. Please, we'll take that.
MissionRegan.com.
Yeah, and monthly support, Box Project, any of those at all. So, hey, thank you guys. It's been a long day. It's been a great day. Thank you to those donors that have given already. Thank you for the anonymous matching that we got.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you guys very much for that. So, hey, thank you. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Heather, for coming out as well. And we will see you guys soon.
Thank you to Elizabeth
Larkin,
who is the event committee chair. Amy Samuel and her crew for working tirelessly all through the entire day yesterday.
All our volunteers that showed up to help.
Yeah, everybody. Thank you so much, guys. But we really do appreciate that. So, awesome. All right.
Thank you, guys. We're out.
See y'all another time.